I will be the one to help the Brotherhood of Steel and the people of Appalachia to a new, better world.
I have every intention of forging a better future. But this is not the way.
It took so much to get here. We can't fall apart now that we finally made it.
You need to decide where your loyalties lie.
Black and shiny, and their heart where people feel. What they were doing as they thundered through the sky. Saw the riders coming on, craving one for pride. Those riders in, those riders in the sky.
Talk about the Brotherhood of Steel coming in. There's been a lot of talk about the Brotherhood of Steel coming and joining the rest of the people in Appalachia in Fallout 76. And people were speculating, but it's absolutely confirmed that it's the Lost Hills Brotherhood, the chapter that we see in the original Fallout game. This is something that some people seem excited about. I'm guessing people who got into the games post-Bethesda, but a lot of us are kind of like, this is why 76 is taking liberties with the lore and why people get angry about it. So let's jump into why some people are not too happy with the Brotherhood of Steel coming to Appalachia. But if you want to feel happy about coming to Appalachia, you should think about subscribing to the channel. You can get content like this most of the time, mostly Fallout, but gaming related all the time, and I don't like to disappoint. So what are you waiting for? The first thing we should take a look at is the first time we encounter the Brotherhood in the Fallout series. We're talking about the original Fallout game with the Brotherhood of Steel's Lost Hills bunker that we're referring to coming to Fallout 76 exists here. So we go and we look at the little bunker, and there's a couple of guards outside. When we inquire about what's going on and the possibility of joining whatever's, because you see these big guys in armor, you want to be protected too. They look like they know what they're doing out here in the wasteland. So you say, I want to join this, and they send you on a suicide mission. In fact, one of the guards even pops off with, I can't believe you're sending him out there, or something like that. When you take this mission, you're tasked with going to a place called the Glow. The Glow is a former West Tech research facility that got a direct hit from a bomb during the Great War, a nuclear bomb. So it is a big crater in the ground filled with radiation. And if you're able to bring the systems back to life inside that facility, it's also filled with crazy robots. But regardless of that, if you somehow manage to bring the holotape back that the Brotherhood are looking for, they will allow you to come into their place because they are absolutely dumbfounded that you were able to do the mission that they told you to do, because they didn't expect anybody to survive it. They've sent plenty of people, could be hundreds, to their death looking for this exact thing. And you're the only one to ever bring it back. They didn't expect that. So there might be a little something special about you. So they start talking with you. Now, though it may seem like you, quote, join the Brotherhood of Steel, you don't really do that in the original Fallout game. They just trust you with things and allow you to continue to do errands for them. This is what the Brotherhood of Steel and their personality kind of represents up until Bethesda took over the franchise. In Fallout, the original Fallout, they were very obsessed with technology, would get that at any cost, and cared little about human life that wasn't their own. If you weren't involved with the Brotherhood of Steel, you didn't have that insignia on your body, they don't really care about your life. If you have tech that they want, they'll take it by any means necessary. Okay, pretty cut and dry. By the time we hit the second adventure that we would take in the Fallout universe, which would be Fallout 2, the Brotherhood are nothing more than a hiding faction. The Enclave have kind of taken over the area by force, going to different vaults and massacring people in them, taking people off the wasteland, killing farmers, things like that. And that rumor is spreading throughout the wasteland, throughout New California. But the Brotherhood aren't necessarily they're not interested in a direct conflict with the Enclave. It's not something that they could physically win, and they know that. So what they do is they hide out, and since we have the grandchild of the Vault Dweller who went to the Glow, who did those things, out and about, being the chosen one, going out there and changing the wasteland, doing the things that the wasteland is requiring them to do, the Brotherhood takes interest. And throughout the game, you can find little Brotherhood bunkers, and they'll seem to know things about you, and you don't really know why. That's because they know things about the Vault Dweller. They have this information, because if the Brotherhood does anything, it's a lot of tech and a lot of research. They have their information. And they task the Chosen One with getting vertibird plans from the Enclave. That's how they end up getting vertibirds. So there you go. And that will also lead us into what the hell's going on with Fallout 76. I can fairly assume that most of you knows what happens post that. Once Bethesda gets the IP, the Brotherhood of Steel become more of a staple to the series. Now, have they been in pretty much every Fallout game beforehand? Absolutely. They have been in every Fallout game beforehand. But they weren't necessarily a staple until you start looking at Fallout Tactics and Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. Those two games revolve entirely around the Brotherhood of Steel. When the first two games, they were just kind of a faction that existed. Now, a little bit of a bigger role in Fallout 1, but in Fallout 2, you can miss them entirely. By the time Bethesda gets their hands on this on the series, on the IP, the Brotherhood has vertibirds. They have a giant fighting force. They're also in the East Coast. They're fighting the Enclave directly and winning. Things like that. Now, whether or not you agree with that, whether or not you like the Brotherhood, that's not what I'm trying to discuss today. What I would like to discuss is just kind of how it doesn't make sense that the Lost Hills Brotherhood from Fallout 1 are walking their ass all the way over to Appalachia, and the reasons that they're doing so don't even seem to line up with their core values as a faction. So as we move forward, consider this a bit of a spoiler warning for future content in Fallout 76. There's one thing we know for sure. The Brotherhood of Steel are going to be physically in Appalachia with the Fractured Steel DLC. And then moving forward, there's some other things like Steel Dawn that are going to involve the Brotherhood as well. But we are going to have NPCs not only hinting at the arrival of the Brotherhood, but once they get there, we're going to have NPCs of the Brotherhood of Steel. We know that. But how exactly are they getting over here? Now, they're not supposed to have vertibirds yet. It's not something that they would have acquired. They stole the plans from the Enclave in Fallout 2, and Fallout 2 hasn't happened in the time frame of Fallout 76. Fallout 76 happens before every Fallout game before it. It is a prequel to the series. So the Brotherhood does not have vertibirds. They're not going to be flying a vertibird all the way over. Now, you could say maybe they're using their airships. This is something that we saw in Tactics, and it still remained canon. A lot of people say, oh, Tactics isn't canon. Well, Brotherhood of Steel, the console game, Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, is not canon at all. There's nothing in it that Bethesda considers canon, and everybody as a fan base just kind of also agrees it's not canon. But Tactics is an interesting scenario. Tactics is semi-canon, which means that the larger events of the game actually are still canon in the Fallout universe. That means that the crash with the Midwestern Brotherhood, that absolutely is still canon in the universe. So we still have the Midwestern Brotherhood taking airships, flying over to that area, crashing near Chicago, things like that. So it is possible, maybe, that the Brotherhood are going to be using airships like we saw, like the Pridwin, coming into Fallout 76, and that maybe that's the way they're getting over there. To my knowledge, unless they just start using vehicles, the only other way the Brotherhood would be able to get to Appalachia is to walk. And we're talking about walking from California to West Virginia. And this is where it really starts to crumble down. If they're using some kind of airship, it's something that I personally could overlook, be like, okay, so at least you made it make sense on how the hell they got over here, because walking does not seem viable. But my guess, this is just my prediction, either they're going to be walking from California, or their ships are going to crash somewhere on the map, and you will probably be able to go to like a airship crash, and then the Brotherhood are going to be like, yeah, we're walking, our airship had some difficulties, here it is, it all crashed up. But keep in mind that we saw the Pridwin spawned into Fallout 76 so long ago, way long ago. So why not, if that asset still exists in the game, I could absolutely see it being used coming over, and that's how the Brotherhood gets there. It seems like they are being led, at least not, Fallout 76 so long ago. We saw the Pridwin spawned into Fallout 76 so long ago, way long ago. So why not, if that asset still exists in the game, I could absolutely see it being used coming over, and that's how the Brotherhood gets there. It seems like they are being led, at least coming into Appalachia, by a Paladin Romani, not somebody I'm familiar with, probably a new character. Might become the Elder once they get there. But from what I understood, Maxon was coming with, but from some of the stuff that we've seen, Maxon might still be in California relaying messages, because we have some encoded messages that were put into Fallout 76 that have since been decoded. And I'm going to, here's where the spoilers come in, go through all 5 coded messages, read them to you, and then we can continue discussing what we think is going on with the Brotherhood. Message 1. 3. Begin. First Expeditionary Force. This is LH, Lost Hills, with a recorded priority gamma message. Papa Romeo, Paladin Romani, missed the last 4 check-ins. No contact since crossing the Rockies. Scribes estimate unit position in the vicinity of Lincoln. Orders are to re-establish comms with LH, Lost Hills, ASAP, and provide a full report of whereabouts and activities since the last communication. Acknowledge on coded channel 2-3, LH out. Message repeats. 3 end. Message 2. 3-6-9. Begin. First Expeditionary Force. This is LH, with recorded priority alpha message. No response to previous broadcast from Papa Romeo or other members of unit. LH now assumes unit is incapable of response. Any surviving units are ordered to divert from primary mission immediately. Acknowledge on coded channel 18. LH out. Message repeats. 3-6-9 end. Message 3. First Expeditionary Force. This is LH, with a recorded priority E1 message. Scribes now estimate unit position somewhere east of the Mississippi based on pre-departure timetables. No acknowledgement from Papa Romeo or other members of unit. If no suitable transmission system can be secured, First Expeditionary Force is hereby ordered to proceed on original mission and establish communications from target location. Acknowledge on coded channel 47. LH out. Message repeats. Message 4. This is Elder Roger Maxon broadcasting to Paladin Layla Romani. Secure private channel. I've sent the scribes away. This message is not being recorded in the logs. I'm speaking to you now not as your elder or commanding officer, but as a friend. Layla, I know you and I have had our disagreements, but I still believe you understand the value and purpose of the Brotherhood. You wanted this mission, though I am sure you have suspicions about why you were chosen. I still hope you are simply unable to answer our broadcasts. We may not see eye to eye, but you know the Codex and are sworn to it. The alternative, I don't wish to entertain it. For the time being, I have suppressed that suggestion among the officers and kept it out of our other attempts to reach you. But if you do not report in soon, I may be overruled. Your mission out there is important no matter what you may think. You are still one of us, still a paladin of the Brotherhood, duty bound. Broadcast on any Brotherhood channel. Encryption be damned. Just do it. Maxing out. Message repeats. Message 5. First Expeditionary Force. This is LH, Elder Maxon recording. Paladin Romani, your unit has now been out of contact with Brotherhood headquarters for over 3 months. Our scribes estimate that your unit should be entering Appalachia and closing in on Atlas Observatory shortly. It is imperative that your first order of business after securing the facility is to reestablish communications and provide a full report on your activities during the period of radio silence. You now represent the Brotherhood in Appalachia. When you restore contact with us, there will once again be one Brotherhood on both sides of this land, and your deeds will enter the scrolls forever. Adhere to the Codex. Conduct yourself with honor. Maxing out. Message repeats. One of the biggest things that I noticed about these encrypted messages is Maxon's overall concern for this Layla Romani. I have never seen Maxon or really any of the elders show that much concern for their units when they do leave. Maybe they want to recover their tech. Again, this goes against what the hell is going on with the Brotherhood and the rest of the series. Because typically, the Brotherhood would not... They'd be like, okay, yeah, we need to possibly recover some of that stuff, which is why they also went to go get the Midwestern Brotherhood. They want to recover that stuff if you're gone. That's really their biggest thing. But from what I'm to understand, the Brotherhood is coming to Appalachia to finish the fight against the Scorched. They got taken out by the Scorched before, and now they're on like some revenge mission to like further take out the Scorch and eradicate the Wasteland with it. And it just doesn't make sense to me because the Brotherhood thrives on technology, and I don't really think there's any technology to be gained by killing Scorch beasts. Again, maybe my lack of knowledge with 76 might be preventing me from seeing the big picture here, but it just doesn't seem very Brotherhood-like to walk or travel 3,000 miles just to fight some zombies that came out of the ground. Big zombie bats. It just doesn't make sense to me because their biggest thing is why wouldn't they collect all the technology from California to Appalachia? Why wouldn't they just start a big scrim mission that goes across the entire route and they're just gathering everything they can and moving in a line back to the Lost Hills? That is what I would think the Brotherhood would do, but instead we have this kind of a scenario. And when you think about those facts and you look back at what the Brotherhood used to be, and then even what they turned into post Bethesda, it's an odd thing to do, and it reeks of shoehorning in this faction just to sell more copies of the game because people out there really like the Brotherhood of Steel. They are absolutely devastated when they don't have more and more of the Brotherhood in there because to them, to these people that I'm referring to, the Brotherhood is Fallout. Oh, it's not Fallout without the Brotherhood of Steel. So then you have people in Bethesda appeasing that. And one of the comments I've made about this is why the hell not just bring everybody with you? Bring the NCR, bring the Legion, bring literally everybody from California with you because why not? Then we could just pick whatever faction we want. Who cares about the lore? It makes just as much sense to have the NCR, even though that they were probably still in Vault 15 during this time. It makes more sense to have the NCR, the Cons, everybody, or not more sense, just as much sense to bring all of those things over from California and just shoehorn them into Appalachia. It makes just as much sense. The Brotherhood have just as much reason to be there as the NCR does. They have just as much reason to be there as the Republic of Dave does. They have no reason to be there. It's 25 years after the Great War, and the Brotherhood has full power armor and the ability to travel across the entire country with ease. That is why people are angry about the Brotherhood joining Fallout 76. But that's just about going to do it for why I'm so up in arms about the Brotherhood walking all the way across the country to get to Appalachia, or maybe flying in their airship, whatever the case may be. It just doesn't seem quite right. But I want to thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed this kind of thing, make sure to leave a like so I know that you like it, and I'll make more things like it. And if you didn't like it, hey, that's cool too. That's what the dislike button is for. I hope you guys are having a wonderful week and a wonderful month, and as best you can, a wonderful year. It's been hard out there for everybody. I want to thank my patrons and YouTube channel members.
So that was interesting. Oh, dang. I mean, not that really matters because it's just like a quick reset, but the server's resetting in 25 minutes. But here, let's see, stop the screen. How are you doing, Graham?
Not too bad. We can try to get 25 minutes in before they decide to reset.
Let's see. Here we go. So I actually just ended up waiting on doing anything with the Brotherhood of Steel until I was hanging out with you again. So let's see, where is Dorsey? Okay, wait here. Hide. Right there. Let's see. Wait, what were you saying? Say it again.
If you're looking to make a difference, come to the right place.
I could make a difference. Couldn't Hoyt?
Hello, Russell Dorsey, Brotherhood of Steel. Welcome to Fort Atlas.
I don't get it. Is it because it's holding up the sky or something? Let's see. What should I ask him? What's going on here? What's your story for Atlas? I'd like to speak to someone in charge, or I'd like to know more about the Brotherhood.
Oh, asking him what his story is always a good call.
Actually, maybe I'll ask you about Fort Atlas first.
Atlas Observatory, now headquarters to the Brotherhood of Steel.
Let's see. I'd like to know more about the Brotherhood.
What you want to know?
What can you tell me about it?
Brotherhood of Steel is a, well, I guess you call it a military organization. Founded originally out in California around the Baalout. We're dedicated to rebuilding society and preserving old technology, keeping the mistakes of the past from being repeated, you know? One of the members from California can tell you more, I'm sure.
What's it like being an initiate?
I know that sounds like some recruiting poster nonsense, but really, it is. I really feel like I'm part of something meaningful. Building a better world alongside other people who have committed their lives to that cause. Sure, sometimes it means doing guard shifts in the rain, but hey, small price to pay for real purpose, right?
How many?
Pretty sure that's strategic information I'm not supposed to just give out to anybody that asks.
I'm not just anybody.
What do you need?
Let's see, what's going on here?
This is Fort Atlas, new headquarters of the Brotherhood of Steel in Appalachia. The Brotherhood's in the process of getting everything in order here, but already people from all over Appalachia are turning up. Some need help, some want to join, but it seems like everybody's curious what comes next. I just say what Paladin Romani says. We're here to help.
Let's see, what's your story?
Me? Oh, I'm just a guy who wanted to be a part of something special. A place to do something that really mattered. I picked up the messages the Brotherhood were broadcasting on the way here, and I came out ahead to help set up the place, hoping they'd let me join. They liked my initiative, and now I'm an initiate. Nice bit of symmetry, I thought.
Oh, that's funny. Gotta take a picture of that. That's too funny. I'm not gonna easily amused by shit like that. Let's see. I'd like to speak to someone in charge.
Looking to sign up? Or just curious? Well, either way, I guess it's not me you want to talk to. Most of the fort's off limits to civilians, but if you're interested, Knight Shin's in charge.
I want to test that. Oh wait, no, I have tried that before. There's like a laser grid you can't get past. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. Add Victorian soldier.
Don't worry about the bots. They're working for me.
Don't worry about the what? The bots? Oh. Yeah.
Protect and serve.
Who's this? Brotherhood Hopeful. Alright, let's see, where do we go to? I guess we go in here. Oh, and they have a missile launcher. Cool. No. Formerly the Atlas Observatory, Fort Atlas now serves as the headquarters of the new Brotherhood Steel chapter in Appalachia. How's it? How do people there say it? Appalachia or Appalachia?
I usually hear Appalachia.
Interesting. All right. See, security grid. I wonder if I jump through it, if I'll get sliced into cubes. No, just won't let you through.
The outer perimeter is still unsecure, the divisions aren't properly sealed, and we're awash in hopefuls. I have no time to be babysitting civilians.
Your objections are noted, but this is a direct order from your commanding officer. Help us to leave their face. Let's move into their backyard. They're nervous.
Wait, who's this?
If you insist, Paladin,
Oh,
there's nothing further. I'll have a completed report on your desk shortly.
I expect nothing less from you. As you wish.
Layla Romani? Paladin Romani? Wait, I wanted to talk to you. Wait, what? No, but I want to go in there. They just closed it in my face. That's not very nice. It's not nice at all. Literally slammed the door in my face. What's over here? It's a little pool bar. It's a skiing outfit hat. Actually, I am going to take that. You know what? That's why I think of you slamming the door in my face. I'm going to take your hat.
Did you wish to speak with me? Please, I do not wish to be disturbed.
This guy totally seems legit.
Great hardware. Sorry you're upset. I'm waiting on somebody.
Wait, what's in here? Alright. Is this one? No, empty whiskey. Is that noodle? No. Ooh.
Building something big here. Don't get left behind.
If you're here with a request for the Brotherhood, get in line. I don't have time for you right now.
Let's see. I'm gonna ask if he was fighting.
That was a Brotherhood message, and none of your concern. You're trying my patience, so get on with it.
Russell Dorsey sent me to talk to you.
Initiate Dorsey is supposed to be manning his post at the entrance, not acting as my secretary.
Ooh, I'm gonna ask if he ever unclenches.
I am not known by my initiates for tolerating foolishness, outsider. Persist in that tone, and you will learn how much less I tolerate from civilians.
I'm gonna ask it again.
I am not known by my initiates for tolerating foolishness, outsider. Persist in that tone, and you will learn how much less I tolerate from civilians.
Third time's the charm.
I am not known by my initiates for tolerating foolishness.
I think this is the definition of foolishness.
You will learn how much less I tolerate from civilians. That is within the scope of Paladin Romani's directives. It takes more than just asking, of course. You would have to prove yourself. If you are sincere about wishing to join our ranks, you would have to earn the approval of the officers here, including me. Is that why you're here?
Something tells me that's probably not happening. Let's see. And you think this about this? I have some other question. What are the Brotherhood doing here?
Civics of our mission are not for discussion with civilians.
Ah, you're such a tight ass.
Stay out of our way, and we won't have any problems.
Honestly, I don't know. With that attitude, it might be hard to. Let's see. What does it mean to join the Brotherhood?
An initiate, and that is far from certain. You would be pledging yourself to our order and our cause.
Wait,
our
but like,
order exists to locate, secure, and protect dangerous technologies. You Humanity cannot be trusted with the means to destroy itself.
And you
We will
can?
not allow another apocalypse.
George C. Fly might be able to hang on. Help out.
Initiate Dorsey is too trusting, but I can't fault his commitment. Perhaps he sees something in you worth our interest. Are you another aspirant to our order?
Let's see. I just need a little more charisma, so let's get the...
Do not attempt to access the secure parts of this facility, civilian. We are watching you.
I already tried, trust me. I don't need this inert flow. I can get rid of it later. Okay, where's the day tripper?
I am not. Are you another aspirant for?
I want to join the Brotherhood. Lie. Oh, sure. I think it'd be more like, oh, sure. I definitely want in. Fingers crossed. Maybe. What would it mean to join? If you're an example of the Brotherhood, maybe not. I'm gonna ask you.
If we accept you as an initiate, and that is far from certain.
I already asked
Pledge
that.
yourself to our order and our cause. Our order exists to locate, secure. We will not allow.
Wait, what? Wait, what's up with this?
You're not here on Brotherhood business. I suggest you move on.
Special. My charisma. Why is it at 3? Effects. Doesn't make sense to me.
You better have a reason for being here. Civilians are supposed to wait to be seen.
Why did I not take it? Let's see. Okay, it's definitely working now. That's weird. Dorsey thought I might be like.
Are you another?
Charisma 4. I can think of no greater honor than to join your noble brotherhood.
If you mean that, then you are right. But if that's sarcasm, I recommend you stow it immediately.
I know, I was totally serious.
You with the other hopefuls until we decide whether you're worthy. But if you're serious about joining us, you've got good timing. There's something you could do for me that would help the order and demonstrate your qualities as a candidate. We've had a number of civilians show up here at Fort Atlas asking for one thing or another from the Brotherhood. People are afraid, they want something, or are looking to involve with some local squabbles. Civilian outreach is not my specialty. There's too much to do after this facility. If you're really interested in helping, save my time. Interview the petitioners, find out what they want, and report back to me.
Let's see, should I ask what's in it for me?
Sure.
Don't just think. Talk to the petitioner. Is that clear?
No.
Chain that binds to keep a strict hierarchy of command. And as the only knight present, the initiates are directly under me. Unless I say so, your contact with the Brotherhood stops here.
What's in it for me?
To be in the Brotherhood is an honor and a life of service. If that's truly something you want, start here. Perform this duty well, and we can talk about your future.
Alright, I can do it.
Keep this right. Don't make me regret giving you the opportunity. Conduct yourself properly, and we can consider putting you here as an initiative.
Wait, put it in a what?
Somebody
Oh,
make it quick.
what is it?
Clear and survey your technologies and before the war. Defend humanity from itself. Since the world went to pieces, anyone and everyone has been using what they can find and using it with their own hands. If things continue like this, humanity will never be. The first expeditionary force was tasked with investigating several valued technological sites across the U.S. including at the Atlas Observatory. From here, we would report back on the fate of the preceding Appalachian chapter, carrying on the Brotherhood's mission in their stead if need be. Or we would have done that report, but it still had a working long-distance transmitter. We have Raiders to thank for that one. They are considered MIA until further investigation. Last station at Fort Defiance. We lost contact with them some time ago. At the time, Lost Hills didn't have the resources for a cross-country expedition. What's important now is that we will carry on the Brotherhood mission in their place. That information is classified. That information is classified. That information is classified.
Why, you're not changing your choice of words?
There is, and my interpretation of our orders is that acquiring it should be our number one priority. Paladin Romani thinks otherwise. She has reevaluated the situation based on her own judgment. Following the order. Ask them if you must. Make it quick. As you can see, I'm in charge of the armory. I maintain and manage all of our equipment. I keep records of our stockpiles, distribute rations, and acquire resources as needed. Since we only have one paladin here, I also lead various combat operations and support Paladin Romani in any ways necessary. To be clear, my duties do not include human resources. Does this look like a social club to you? I have my duties. I hope that you have yours.
There's more to likes than
It
duty.
sounds to me like you haven't decided your purpose in this world. I have, and it doesn't involve making friends with everyone.
Oh, boo-hoo.
At Victoria.
All right.
Don't be back. There is still
Let's talk to Tally Lang. Who's Tally Lang?
Hey, yeah, you. Who do I need to talk to around here? You know, about the guns. You don't look like one of these Brotherhood yahoos. Name's Tally Lang. What's your deal?
Let's see. Guns, you seem a little anxious.
Ooh, me? Nah, I'm cool as a crowd beneath me. Definitely. I just told you, dummy. Tally Lane. Just another chick trying to make it in the wasteland. You know?
I don't know, actually. I think Shin sent me his
Jin?
video.
He the silly guy with stick up his butt?
Okay, I can relate to that. He definitely is that way. Let's see. So I take it. Guns is what you're after. What's your story, Tally? Tally, you're not a raider, are you? Where? I'll ask her a story first.
Poor country girl, you know? Parents died ages ago, so we just made a few friends, trying to make our way in the world. It's pretty scary out there. Just a bunch of orphans helping each other out. And we're practically just kids. Grow up on our own. We'd sure feel a lot safer with some of those high-tech guns these Brotherhood have. Scared off on the limits up there.
Tally, you're not a raider, are you?
What? Me? A raider? No. A little old me? Don't be silly.
Yeah, so it sounds legit.
Yeah, that's right. Big shiny guns. Now all the talk in the area is about these Brotherhood folks with their high-tech toys, and I got telling you gotta get some of that.
I don't think she's too bright.
Self-defense, of course. Just so me and some of my poor innocent friends can protect ourselves from all the nasty folks out there. Why not hit me? Hey, you call me a liar? I mean, I told you. My friends and I just need it for self-defense. Okay, good cats.
Yeah, I don't trust her.
Yeah, no, for self. Okay, I get it. I was back there all the time. Well, Go get him, Tiger.
So I think she seems like a good recruit, right?
Yeah. Got to be getting back to the farm soon.
Each day in service
Graham, you there?
is a step.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I just made sure. Oh, cool. I'm talking to him while sitting down. Oh, well, now I need to stand up also because otherwise it's weird. Wait, stop walking away, Art.
Well, now look at you. You with these steel fellas. I've been waiting a good spell to talk to him.
Wait, I think I've met this guy before.
Fine, such as it is. Got a patch ain't barely more than solid. But it's fine. Not a managed. No, you're not preferred. These steel types ain't half disorganized right now. Looks like heard the news about these fellas and reckon I'd better go see them. Ain't the only one either, I see.
He asked me to speak with you.
About time. I'd like to die at old age waiting on them. Name's Otnap. So, what's this night fella sent you for?
Let's see. Tell me more about
Ain't much
yourself.
to tell. Been a follower one way or another. All my life. Daddy for me.
It'd be kind of nice if he'd look at me when he talked to me.
Turned out, there's plenty of raiders fixing the table ain't nailed down. Ain't much use bellyaching about it. But neither am I just gonna roll over and let some bullies take what's mine.
So isn't it danger with you, eh?
I ain't yet seen a raider willing to scrabble in the soil for seeds.
Oh, that's smart.
So I reckon it'll get by till I'm back.
I was asked to find out what you wanted from the Brotherhood.
A fair trade's what I want. I've heard stories about these steel types back in the day. They was going around taking things from folks for the cause, they said. Yeah, like that don't make them raiders too. Well, I ain't got much. I already got to worry about raiders. So I reckon it's better to make a deal up front. My farm don't produce much. I got some extra.
I think like this guy's probably got a legit reason to
to keep raiders away from my farm.
yeah, that sounds like a fair trade.
So, see what's fair. I'm not going to.
When turning over your crops be just as bad as them being taken, it's about the dignity.
Before they bombed the daylights out of everything, folks used to pay taxes in exchange for the government doing what it was supposed to do. Raiders will just take everything. This is a trade. Fair is fair, and a deal's a deal. I ain't careful people poking their noses into my business, but if a bushel or two to these Brotherhood keeps the raiders away, I can live with it.
I'll talk to him for you.
For the cause, so in return, fair enough. Can't expect more than that. Thank you. You take care too.
Alright. You.
Yes. Something I can help you with? I am waiting to speak with the Brotherhood representative. I have no interest in small talk with strangers.
I don't trust you. No need to be rude.
I am out of practice. Too much time alone. Still, unless this is important, I would prefer to be left alone.
Kinda his buddy. I was asked to speak.
Perhaps I spoke too hastily. I can be rather unthinkingly brusque. Dr. Edgar Blackburn, at your service. Are you working with this night shin? What's he sent you? I had heard that the Brotherhood possessed advanced technology. As a doctor and a scientist, this was a great interest. My research was always in need of equipment and materials rather difficult to obtain by scavenging and bartering. I came to see if an arrangement could be made, but from what I can see of their operations, they are as yet still in too much disarray. Given the state of my fellow supplicants, I would hypothesize hypothesize that their needs likely outweigh my own.
Imagine that.
What did you wish to do?
Tell me about
I'm
yourself.
sure you have more interesting things to do than listen to a poorly socialized.
Well, I'm asking you, so tell me.
In short, I trained in multiple specialties before the war and had a brief career as a research scientist.
What company did you work for?
Finding myself fortunate enough to survive, I've continued my research.
What research?
Now I focus on the health of the people of Appalachia.
Health.
Please do not ask me to examine any strange growths. I am not that kind of doctor.
Really? Sounds like you are. Well, I guess we'll wait because we're about to get hit by. Whoa! Whoa! What was that? It's like someone just knocked me over the head. It's like everything's so woozy. What's going on? What? Oh, yeah, wow. Must have been a radiation storm. Sorry, that's so cheesy. Right, we're loading back in. No. Oh, dang it. Of course, well, right now, let's see. Where is it? Let's see. Oh, dang it, I missed 420, but whatever. No big deal. Anyway, we're loading back in. So we're talking with Blackbird. Oh, please tell me it's going to load me outside, isn't it? Shit. I don't want to have to go through another loading screen so soon. I was right, dang. I do wish there was more of a focus on like cultural backgrounds in this game. You definitely have like a diverse cast, but there's really little mention of any of their backgrounds. All right, let's see. Look, we're going to go back down. Dr. Blackburn.
More questions, I assume.
Yeah, we just got hit by a radstorm. So tell me about yourself.
I am sure you have more.
Oh wait, we're right.
Please do not.
Alright, tell me about your research.
Difficult to express it.
Oh, I probably have to show my intelligence in order for him to.
In essence, I have been studying the illnesses of Appalachia. For too long, people have relied on folk remedies and makeshift medicines. The long-term effects of this environment are concerning. Just because the radiation is survivable does not mean it is safe.
Oh no. Where is this going to go down though?
Their hygiene standards are better than a lot of crater, but no, I prefer to work in solitude. One day, perhaps, my research will be of benefit to them and all the other people of Appalachia. I had heard that the Brotherhood possessed advanced technology. My research was always in need of equipment and materials rather difficult to obtain by strategy. I came to see if an arrangement could be made, but from what I can see of their operations, it's certainly too much disarray. Even in the state of my fellow supplicants, I would hypothesize that their needs likely outweigh
Pass it on.
Thank you. Be well.
Not gonna lie, this guy gives me the creeps. There's just something about him. It's just about a missing hunting party.
What's up? Can't get enough of me?
Okay, maybe, but
Yeah, whatever.
I don't know. I kind of feel like she's the type of person to pull a knife on you when you're eating dinner with him. All right, got one last person.
Very great.
I better have something useful to say to you.
Hey, that's not very nice.
I just told you who I am. I already told them that when I got here. Nobody's listening in this place.
Hey, you didn't tell me anything.
I better have something useful to say to you. I just told you who I am. I already told them that when I got here. Nobody's listening in this place. I came here so that they can make things right. And they don't even listen to me. What? Oh, hey. Sorry about that. You're right. It ain't right to be blowing up on you like that. I'm just really wound up, and none of these Brotherhood types are giving me the time of day.
Yeah, I know. Same with me. He actually asked me to talk with you.
Came to come to me himself? What, he needs requisition some more armor polish? Alright.
Actually, I have a feeling I'm probably supposed to ask the first thing first, but it seems like...
What's he gotta say to me?
Yeah, tell me the problem.
Is that a couple of these Brotherhood clowns showed up and took a bunch of my stuff at gunpoint. Now I'm a peaceful man. Yeah. Sure wasn't quick to deal with armed thugs requisitioning the little I managed to put together for myself. Never understood the race. I like a quiet life. I don't need much, and I need trouble less. But after this, I get it. I came here to give the Brotherhood a chance to make things right. Else maybe I go to Crater and start doing things their way. At least they don't pretend to be the good guys.
Is it just me, or is it kind of fucked up that they... I don't know. I don't know. I honestly kind of uncomfortable even commenting on this, but I do feel like it's kind of fucked up that they made the one black guy trying to join the Brotherhood basically be the one who's like bordering on criminality, even though he's the one who is wronged. He's like, oh, I might join the Raiders. It's like, pretty sure that's not the next step, but I don't know. Just the fact that he's only black character kind of just feels, given I don't think it's like a dog whistle, I just think it's a lack of foresight.
Well, they have most of the people in there who are involved in something criminal in one way, shape, or another. So yeah.
True, but it's true, but it's like you have the good versus the bad criminals. That's how this game is. Then again, I guess if there is no law, can there be criminals?
Good question.
Anyway, let's see. I think I had more questions.
Right.
Yeah, tell me about yourself.
I'm a scavenger mainly. Always been pretty good with a set of tools. So
Oh, you'd fit in well here.
Scrapping and fixing things. I trade what I find or fix with the folks at Foundation when I need something I can't get otherwise. Mostly, I like to be left alone.
Are you sure they were Brotherhood?
Don't blow me off like I'm making this.
No, seriously, there's this group called the Brotherhood of Steel.
To fix this. They had a power and they said they were Brotherhood. Sorry I didn't make sure to ask proof when they had me at gunpoint.
Would you really become a Raider?
I don't have much. But what's mine is mine. And these people took that from me. The Brotherhood pretends like they're noble, but then they let this happen? In their name? Raiders don't act like something they're not. And at least the gangs defend their own.
Then join here.
Then tell them. And get them to do something about it. You got something else to ask me? Oh, all right. Hey, thanks. I just needed someone to listen.
This is the guy I trust the most. Him and Art now. Okay. Well, I just did your fucking job for you, Shen.
I am
Hope you
not-
better freaking appreciate this, Mr. Nighty Night.
Have you finished the task I gave you?
Hoping to ask you some other questions.
Complete your duties first, and maybe I'll have time to discuss things.
Okay,
with you
fine, I did it. I just wanted to ask you.
Good. Let's get this done. I have a list on their arrival. Give me the high-level overview.
Let's see. I wanted to ask if it does it really matter? You couldn't even be bothered to talk to these people.
I am second in command of this entire operation. That I have other things requiring my attention does not mean a task is not required. Paladin Romani wants these people to be heard, and you agree that you will assist me in this. Do
Oh,
not
shoot, a
make
moth.
me
No,
reckless.
moth, leave me alone. All right, let's start with Tally Lang. She just wants to buy guns.
We are not arms dealers.
Yeah, I agree. It's a bad idea. She and her friends could really use the protection. You shouldn't. She seems a little squirrely to me. I think she actually might be a raider. Should I out her? Graham?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you think I should out her?
I may as well.
Yeah.
There was never any circumstance in which I would authorize weapons to that woman. But your vigilance is noted. Moving on.
Let's see. Now I'll talk about Blackburn.
The Brotherhood is not a charity, and our mission does not cover providing civilians with equipment to pursue their personal interests, unless a doctor intends to provide that research to the Brotherhood exclusively, and under our supervision, he will get nothing.
I was going to say, it occurs to me, just how do you make diamonds out of charcoal with those ass cheeks, man? You are good.
Wait, what?
Oh, I was thinking, how does he manage to squeeze charcoal into diamonds with those ass cheeks with such a hard ass as he is?
Oh, that's fine. See. Should I say it could? Frankly, it was later on in details anyway.
Then, you can peddle the snake oil somewhere else. The wasteland is full of people claiming to be scientists or doctors. They are rare either, and usually cause more harm than good. Next report. Ready to finish. I have a list from her.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should have said he could have helped, but at the same time, something was off about him. I'm telling you. I don't trust him. Let's see. Art Knapp wants to trade a share of his crops for protection from raiders.
We are not mercenaries here to serve as guards for anyone with some goods to trade in payment.
Sounds like a fair deal to me.
That's irrelevant. The Brotherhood cannot simply be hired out to every farmer and homesteader. We have our own concerns. Enough about that. What's next?
John Hockman.
Impossible. Whatever happened, it was not us.
Don't you want to?
There are countless brigands out there, civilian. It is not the job of the Brotherhood to hunt them down one by one for their crimes. I will say it bothers me to hear that someone is abusing the honor of the Brotherhood this way. But that does not change the facts. Mr. Hoffman's problems are his own, not ours.
I don't like that, dude.
That's everything. Against my initial judgment, you have shown that you can take orders.
That's still up for question.
For the Brotherhood. You need to lose those soft civilian instincts, but I will make no other assistance in my report to Paladin Romani. Should you wish to join our ranks, I will not oppose your enlistment. Grant you permission. Additionally, the compound property, go to our scribe Valdez. You will need your support as well if you want Paladin Romani's attention.
Alright, thank you.
What I am going to do is make the recommendations I see fit in my report to Paladin Romani. As the commanding officer, the final decisions will be heard, and your concerns in the matter ends.
I would not be a good person in the military. I question shit too much.
Let me complete my report. If I do not have other pressing duties, then I will consent to your questions. Orders and duty are the lifeblood of the Brotherhood. You are not yet one of us. Consider it a suggestion.
A suggestion not to join? What?
Be vigilant.
Oh, he's saying a suggestion because I'm not in the order yet. Oh, hand scanner. Okay, cool. We're entering the vault, entering the inner sanctum, entering.
This is a secure area. Treat it as such.
I will. Ooh, we got a Brotherhood roundtable. Mother of invention is necessity. Necessity. I think I spelled it right, but I'm not sure because I don't see it in front of me.
Did you need something?
Tell me more about
Not
you.
much to say, really. I was born after the bombs fell, so this world is all I've ever known. My parents and I came to Foundation to start a new, more secure life. I lived there until the Brotherhood of Steel came. Hard. You learn to appreciate and hold the ones that you love close. Everything out there is trying to kill you, and you don't know when your time is going to be up. I still hold hope for the future, though.
Why'd you
I
join?
believe in a better future, and I believe that the Brotherhood of Steel has the power to create that future. We can let this war destroy us, or we can use it as an opportunity to rebuild a more compassionate world.
I don't think that's going to happen, buddy. Also, if that was your goal of joining the Brotherhood, I think you might have messed up.
See you around.
Let's see.
Watch yourself, it's message here.
Scribe
Hello,
Valdez.
civilian. I don't need
Hey, you're cute.
But what exactly are you doing up here?
Helped out that Shin guy.
Did he now? Knowing Knight Shin, I'm guessing that's not exactly how it went down. But if you're a prospective initiate, then Hello, civilian. Oh, a prospective initiate. Knight Shin sent you. And I guess we're both in luck.
Why?
Paladin Romani makes the call on new recruits, but the Knight and I have some influence. It just so happens I'm in need of someone to help me out on a little mission. If you're interested, I can bring you along and put you to work. Do a good job, and I'll send a recommendation your way. How about it?
I'm down. Let's see. What is this mission?
Our new base is littered with old technology. There's something in particular I want to investigate. It's down in the bowels of this place, a part of Atlas that we've cornered off. I'm not keen on going alone, so I'd like some backup.
What if we kissed in the bowels of Fort Atlas? I'm joking. I gotta make that meme reference. You'd better not go back on your word if I decide to help you out.
Well, aren't you the trusted one? I'm Brotherhood. I'll keep my promise. No need to worry about that.
Deal.
Glad we can come to an agreement. Any questions before we start?
Have a few more questions.
Fire away.
Is this kind of a
Ideally,
normal thing?
Yes, actually. In practice, not at all. We're supposed to be the lore keepers, preserving old technology for the betterment of today. Instead, I spend all my time soldering wires on busted comms equipment or tightening screws on tracking scanners. This investigation will be a breath of fresh air. It's what being a scribe should be about.
You don't like repairing things all day? I thought everyone
Can
did.
I do it? Yes. But it's not my life's calling. Believe it or not, I didn't choose to be a scribe. I was born into it. My parents chose this life for me. I've gotten used to it, but it isn't mine.
Well, that sucks.
Knight Shin would throw a fit if he heard just how professional I was. We should get back to business. Sorry. Business only.
Or now, why not just bring one of the initiatives?
Yeah, but today you came along. We have a lot of capable initiates, but we could always use more. Handle yourself well, and I'll be happy to vouch for you. Not as a civilian. However, if Paladin Romani lets you join our ranks, then I might reconsider. Especially if you're a big help on this mission. Sure. Ready to go?
Ready.
Great. Unfortunately, I need to finish up a few things here. Head downstairs and I'll meet you in a bit.
Okay. Let's see. What am I at? 290 out of 310. So I've got 20 slots. Or 20. Wait. Wait, honey jar? Yum. Atlas substructure. We're going down to the bowels of the fort. Going down to the bowels of the fort. And we're gonna see whatever we've got to bring back up to the surface. The machinery beneath Fort Atlas is a legacy of long abandoned research once conducted in a facility. Why? It bears little resemblance to... Wait, what was that blurb? Let's see. Fort Atlas substructure. Shoot, I want to read that again. Wait, what's this? Oh. It should probably fix that hole in the wall. Okay, what's it say? Machinery beneath Fort Atlas is a legacy of the long abandoned research once conducted in a facility. Why it bears little resemblance to the mechanisms of a telescope has remained a mystery. Uh-oh. This sounds like some deep state shit. It's like, oh, this is a government facility for such and such, and it turns out it's actually got something else underneath it. It's a good thing that doesn't happen in real life, right?
Exactly. Here we can trust the government. Mm-hmm.
Wait, no, I think it's no in the game. Oh, you're talking about here as in real life. We can trust the government.
Exactly. They wouldn't build anything secret underneath other stuff. Yeah, you can trust them.
Totally not. Okay, so where is Scribe Valdez? Hey, Valdi.
Good.
Except you're not Val.
So, how do you feel about reading comprehension?
I was hoping to start out by sweeping the area of the documentation left behind from before the war.
Reading the schematic is a good first step in the problem-solving process. I'm sorry, that sounds like such a bullshit, smart talk. It's like, ooh, I can say smart words. Reading is easy. I'm an expert on terminals, especially reading paperwork. Yeah.
Are you trying to get on my good side? Because that's how you get on my good side. But enough about that. I'd like to get started. Let's head downstairs and see what we can turn on.
I think. Well, can we turn on anything without even going downstairs? But I'm sorry. My mind goes to the darndest places. Bag of cement. All right. Wait, sweet. You're fireproof. All right, perfect. Where are we going now? Wait, is there anything up here? Surprise. Oh, wait, there's just a closet. It would be so easy to make a funny joke right now. It was like 7 minutes in heaven or some shit. Okay, well now I'm trapped. Shit. Okay, now we're in the closet. It's getting hot in here, so hot. Okay, let's actually get this done. Yeah, if Shin hears about this, he's not going to let me join because he'll never be able to take me seriously. But wait, was there anything? Okay, let's see. Wait, is that concrete? Just like a little slab of concrete? Alright. I think I hear a stingwing. Alright, so we've got some fuses. Gold-plated flip lighter. Coolant cap. Bunsen burner. Bag of cement, bag of cement, bag of cement. Okay, we're turning off. Wait, oh, she's there. Boom. Aye. Okay, what's over here?
This is lead scientist. We recovered some of in our initial sweep of the area. This tech down here is his handiwork, and he couldn't give it up, even after the war. I should make arrangements for bury him. Here's a document.
Lieutenant Marks, selected component status, ion focus. Our experiment with the compact ion focus has left it vulnerable to strong feedback during the device initiation. It survived the test, but the design should be reconsidered before any future use is attempted. Induction coil. The induction coil suffers the same feedback susceptibility as the ion focus. Repeated usage causes significant variance in the flux distributions throughout the coil redesign of this device. Also needs consideration if it is to be used in any future trials, as a potential risk of frying the coil could require substantial capital and replacement parts. Core processing unit, CPU. While firmware updates have proven useful in troubleshooting important aspects of Atlas's operational capability, the sheer processing power required to execute the necessary commands requires a special order CPU. The CPU came at great cost to the operation, and numerous computing breakdowns during trial runs led leadership to question its long-term stability as well. Full diagnostic report pending. 2 out of 3. I need to drink some water. But plan, I'm mostly going to use this real quick. Honey jar. Let's see. Aid. Imitation seafood. Instamash, 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 Instamash. Let's drink some Nuka-Cola. Refreshing. Oh, sweet. We've got a... Wait, what is this? Another Nuka-Cola. Atlas Decommission Report. Lieutenant Marks, 82377. General Postmortem. Following the dismissal of Dr. Isaac Hammond, Lieutenant LTC. What's LTC? Lieutenant in charge? Oh, no, Lieutenant Colonel?
Yeah, that'd be Lieutenant Colonel.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Oberlin has tasked me with overseeing the shutdown of the Atlas project. This report outlines the state of the project as of its termination. While showing promise in its final trials, the project still has major stability issues, and considerable additional effort would be required to create a consistently operational device. The working trials impacted the operation of several key components, including the miniaturized ion focus and primary induction coil. Also of concern was the enormous stress put on the coolant intake pumps and possible defects considered in the release valves, or discovered in the release valves. And then here we've got a diagnostics terminal. I'm guessing we should probably wait for running that until we get this other. We've got a hatchet now. Let's see. Steam pipe. Valve. Okay, let's see. It's over here. Got some ammo. Bag of cement, bag of cement, bag of cement. Canned dog food, which I will eat, because I might not be a dog, but it is food. And now I'm overweight because I'm carrying a sledgehammer. All right. Atlas Decommission Report 3. Lieutenant Marks 82377 intake pressures and stress tests. A single use of the Atlas device requires a huge intake of coolant to keep the machine operational. Pumping this coolant through the device during operation puts a worrying amount of stress on its pipes, pumps, and valves. Repeated usage testing has revealed signs of cracks and breakage throughout. Furthermore, the hasty construction of the machine has led to structural flaws that could lead to high pressure buildup in the intake points, which could have destructive results if not addressed. These flaws could have been averted with careful design protocols, but the pressure of the war overrode these concerns. I would be remiss not to recommend an excess of caution when proceeding with future projects. Just kind of make me wonder, you think this maybe this is something almost like a Large Hadron Collider? Or like some mini Hadron Collider, I don't know. It's just you have these tubes going all around, and they're talking about like almost as if using it is like it, discharges it like it's I don't know. I feel like there's definitely some interesting research that was going on here. Oh, what's up? Wait, what's up here? I assumed it was like going into a different area, but maybe, yeah. Wait, we should go down here still. Not gonna lie, I kind of missed having companions in Fallout games. Alright, here. We go and talk over. Wait, what? Alright, yeah, come on. Lazy bones.
That should be enough to start. Let me take a look. Atlas Ignition Report. Some of the project was in bad shape after all? I knew it sounded too.
What was the project? You know more than I do.
Fascinating. Wow. This is some seriously classified stuff that I just let you read, isn't it? I wasn't supposed to show you any of this.
Let's see. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Aid. How do we do this? Day Tripper to give us more charisma. Does Daddy-O give charisma? No, it's minus charisma. Mentats maybe? No. Orange Mentats? No. Overdrive? No. We could always use Excel if we need to. Let's see, effects. Wait, special. I'm at 8 charisma. Is that enough?
Let me take a look. Atlas Decommission. Wow.
Oh, it is enough. If all scribes are this dumb, I'm not sure I want in the Brotherhood after all. Oh, that's funny. I didn't so much as glance at the documents, if we're being honest. You can say that again. What on earth is that? Now that you've let this much slip, you might as well give me a full explanation.
I guess you're right. There's only so much I can tell you, but I'll share what I feel is relevant. Atlas wasn't exactly an observatory before the war. That was just a front.
Huh?
The military conducted research here.
Color me surprised.
We're down here to investigate and see what's worth salvaging for the Brotherhood.
Okay, but let's see. You should, let's see. You should have told me we were looting a military base. Now I'm even more on board.
Looting is absolutely not what we're doing here. Everything of worth that we remove from this substructure is going with me up to my lab to be cataloged and analyzed.
You can catalog and analyze me.
Some leads from this report. I'd like to do a quick inspection of some key components that should be nearby.
All right.
There's probably a terminal.
Yeah, it's right here. That's why I brought you here.
We can do a diagnostics test. That will tell us about some of the less successful hardware. The report mentioned that the machine's intake was under a lot of pressure. Let's find the release valve for that and give it a spin. See what happens.
Okay, I know where all those things are.
On this level should have a wiring box. Why don't we take a glance at that to get an idea of the electrical hookups?
All right. Oh, moth. What are we looking for in the diagnostics?
Test can tell us the state of some key components that we won't be able to test manually. Keep an eye on the state of each component, and we'll want to look into them after the initial check.
How do we know if the release
valve is an emergency mechanism that can relieve pressure on the intake pipes if they come under stress. If all is well, we'll just be able to turn it, and nothing out of the ordinary will happen.
Something tells me that's not going to be what happens.
Think of the wires like the blood vessels of the machine. Without the electricity running through them, nothing's going to work. We just need to do a little checkup and see what condition they're in.
Okay, sounds pretty
Should
good.
be a simple inspection. You can point, but I'll be looking over your shoulder the whole way. Take note of the details, and we'll discuss how it goes after.
Okay, let's do this. Run diagnostics check. Check complete. Key component status, core processing unit defunct. Intake valves rupture detected. Ion focus misaligned. Induction loop flux. Yeah, induction loop. I'm telling you, I think it's got something to do with like particle collision. Induction loop flux disruption detected. Also, not good with hard sciences, so I might be totally off. Any thoughts on what it could be?
Who, me? I don't know.
Let's see. So we've got to examine the wire. Oh, wait. Let's check the Tesla release valve. Oh.
That wasn't it.
Holy crap. That scared me. Wow. I'm actually going to go back and look at the footage of that. That's probably going to be funny. Let's see. Where's it? Here. Yeah. Any thoughts on what it could be?
Who, me? I don't know.
Let's see. So we've got to examine the wiring. Oh, wait. Let's check the Tesla release valve. Yeah, I'm clipping that. Examine the wiring.
That's definitely clip worthy.
Tesla release valve. Let's see. So we've got to examine the wiring. Oh, wait. Let's check the Tesla release valve.
That wasn't it.
Holy crap, that scared me. Okay. Yeah, I've got to meme that later. Okay, so we did that. That didn't work. Now I'm kind of scared of touching the wiring. Not gonna lie.
Once bitten, twice shy.
I'm gonna put on my helmet just in case. The wire looks shredded, likely the work of resident critters. Uh-oh. Wait, where's my gun? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Barbecue time. Oh. Glad you brought. Probably glad you brought me, huh? Now we can eat mole rat meat.
All right, let's go over the inspection results. The diagnostics check revealed some issues. flux disruption in the induction loop, intake valves ruptured, and the ion focus?
The ion focus is. Wait, shit. Wait, flux disruption in the induction loop, intake valves ruptured. Oh shit, I don't remember this. It was either misaligned or defunct. Wait, the ion focus is defunct.
Oh.
Fuck! No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
All right, let's go over the inspection results.
I didn't say that, right? Nobody heard anything.
In the induction loop, intake valves ruptured, and the ion focus?
Actually, wait, and that could.
You'll need to going forward.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that either.
Right, let's go over the inspection. The diagnostics check flux disruption. Technically true, since it shouldn't be accelerating itself at all.
Man, I didn't say that either.
The diagnostic flux.
Okay, now we're giving the actual answer. Misaligned.
Misaligned. Problematic to say the least. Next, we have the release valve. That went. Well, what was your assessment?
The release pressure, so okay. Oh my god, that's too funny. I'm not going to select the joking ones because I don't know if I'll have to say. Actually, you know what? Let's. The release pressure, so okay.
Explosive decompression is not what we're looking for. Last but not least. All right, let's go over the diagnostic flux.
Oh no.
All right, let's the diagnostic flux. Oh.
No, I didn't. Shit.
All right, the diagnostic flux disruption.
Misaligned.
Next,
it exploded.
It certainly did. I'm going to mark that down as bad. Last but not least, the wiring. The wires were
completely chewed through. Morat Zero Prime suspect. Charged with crisp power overload. I think totally aluminized, possibly platinum glazed.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. All right.
No. I was joking.
Let's go over the inspection.
I need to stop joking about that. I don't want her to actually think that's what I was saying. Misaligned.
Next, we have the release.
It exploded.
It certainly did. Last but not least.
Completely in fine working order. Should start right up. Completely chewed through. More runs are prime system.
Yep. I think the warm reception they gave us also points to that. All right. Well, sorry to spring the quiz on you. I can tell you weren't prepared, but you'll need to think on the fly if you want to be prepared.
Wait, what do you mean? I got it all right. I wasn't expecting it.
Nobody does outside of a classroom. That's why I love to evaluate new prospects this way. If I'm going to recommend you to Paladin Romani, I need to know you're serious. Can you pay attention? Think on your feet. If you can, you are in my favor. If you can't, then, well, maybe I reconsider my recommendation. I'm worried about what our inspection turned up. There are a few parts I'd like to extract and examine.
Come on, let's get on with it.
Gauge, the core processor, and the ion focus. They should be upstairs.
Okay.
There's a lot I can learn from examining them. If we can pull them out and get them back to my lab in decent condition.
You can make new ones.
I want to take some notes on the core up there, so I'm going to leave the parts removal to you. Each extraction will be a little different, but in general, you'll want to use a light touch. I want the components in good condition, so please be careful.
I will.
Any questions, or are you ready to get started?
Why the pressure
You
gauge?
saw what happened when we tested the release valve. I want to examine the stress on the gauge. That could tell us if all that built-up pressure was normal or an anomaly. Oh, and you may have to pry it off, but be careful about it when the time comes.
Core processor.
Brain of the machine. It's the component that coordinates all of the others. It should be slotted into a terminal somewhere. May take a little technical know-how to extract, but nothing you can't handle, I'm sure.
And last but not least, the ion
A
focus.
very important and technical component. It helps force particles into a beam that
Yeah.
can fire to affect the weather.
It can fire it. Particle beam. It's a particle beam accelerator.
Ready to pry loose without any damage.
I've got manual dexterity.
I'm counting on you. Let's see what you can do.
And then afterwards, I need to use the restroom. A fair lady. Why do I have a feeling I'm going to get attacked? So let's start off with the. She said first the pressure gauge. Eldora. You know, truth be told, I think I have to use the restroom right now. Let's. Ooh, technical data. I'm going to go invisible real quick, and we're going to put on a. Ooh, yeah, I really gotta go. Shoot. Let's see. Present your screen. Oh, gotta sneeze. Gotta sneeze. Right here. Let's see.
I want to go back to West Virginia. I want to go back to the land I love, where the skies are blue and the birds sing too. Take me back to West Virginia. In a previous episode, we discovered that Atlas Observatory was all boarded up. This was done by a guy named Russell Dorsey, who left a note outside saying that he was getting it ready for the Brotherhood of Steel, whom we know are all dead, at least over here. He said he would be back, though, so heading back to the Atlas Observatory weeks later, at last we stumble upon Russell Dorsey in the flesh.
Hey there, stranger. Name's Dorsey. Russell Dorsey. What brings a vault dweller out this way? Oh, here to help the Brotherhood?
How'd you know I was from a vault?
You've just got the look about you, really. Too clean for a wastelander, even under the dirt, if that makes any sense. I haven't met many, but you're not the first. You all have that didn't grow up in the radiation sheen. No offense intended.
I was just looking around. What are you doing out here?
I heard the broadcast and came out here to start getting set up. Get things in order before the Brotherhood arrives. When they get here, they'll find fortifications, supplies, and their first recruit ready and waiting.
Can you tell me about what's going on here?
Happy to. Oh, I could use a break anyway. What did you want to know?
I have questions about the Brotherhood.
Sure, I'll answer what I can. What's on your mind?
I thought the Brotherhood of Steel were all dead.
You mean you haven't heard the radio broadcasts? I'd expect your Pip-Boy should be able to pick them up. Taggarty's bunch here might have gotten wiped out, but the ones in California are coming this way.
So Maxon's Brotherhood from Lost Hills are coming here? That seems like a pretty long trek. What's so special about the Brotherhood?
The Brotherhood is trying to make the whole world survivable again. The ones here in Appalachia were taking out scorched and other dangers. If they'd succeeded, imagine how much safer we'd all be. The folks at Foundation are good people, but they're trying to build a society in the middle of this nightmare. The Brotherhood's fighting to let us wake up.
Do you think the Brotherhood is looking for new members?
Well, it sounds like they're coming out here to stay. I don't know if recruiting is in their plans, but I figure all this ought to make a convincing argument that I'm an asset they shouldn't pass up.
Well, it seems like he's put a lot of work into this, but it appears that he hasn't had any communication with them. We already know how the Brotherhood feels about accepting outsiders into their ranks. I sure hope they treat this Dorsey guy nicely. How do you know about the Brotherhood in the first place?
I left Maryland, headed west, and hooked up with some of the original Foundation folks. Once here, I did patrols for them, scouting for supplies. Ended up finding some stuff the local Brotherhood left behind. That led me to Fort Defiance. Scary place. I had to move quick, but I'd found some logs and records. Frankly, I got a little obsessed. It was like the Round Table and Dad's Navy stories all together. Now they're coming back.
Oh, I see. So he knows about them in exactly the same way we do, by exploring the ruins they left behind. I retold the story of how Lizzie Taggarty's Brotherhood of Steel came here to Appalachia and why they only left behind ruins in my video on how the Brotherhood came to West Virginia that you can watch. Brotherhood of Steel came behind. I retold the story of how Lizzie Taggarty's Brotherhood of Steel came here to Appalachia and why they only left behind ruins in my video on how the Brotherhood came to West Virginia that you can watch here. What's with all the robots around here?
Found them here when I came out. Pretty hostile bunch at first, but I learned a trick from a guy that used to work for Robco. They've got a maintenance back door hardwired into them. Tricked them all into thinking I ran the joint, then put them to work. Pretty good, right? Got them doing a lot of the heavy lifting and such on the project. Makes my life a lot easier.
This seems like a lot of effort. Why are you doing all this?
Honestly? I feel like I've needed this my whole life. Dad was Navy, back before the war. Always said it straightened him out. Gave him purpose. Growing up in this, I wanted something more. If the military still existed, I'd have joined that, but that's all over now. I wanted something bigger than just surviving.
It's probably a good thing that he didn't end up stumbling across the Enclave first. But anyway, let's get back to that.
Okay.
Entire screen, share audio. So, start off with the wait, a Coca-Cola? Sweet. Drink. Okay. Here, I think it's here. Extract components. So start off with the CPU, maybe? Let's see. To extract some key components. Look at it. CPU, ion focus, and pressure gauge. It doesn't really matter, but wait, power status. Power diagnostic tool. Atlas system power is operational. Power output is 150% above expected levels and 350% above required levels. Output efficiency is 25% due to undiagnosed pathway failures. Recommend thorough examination and repair of conduit pathways to restore a suitable level of output efficiency. Operation logs. Test run. Okay, there's a lot. CPU management. Processor model, blah, blah, blah. Power active, no response from the system maintenance recommended. Eject CPU, emergency eject CPU, or power down and eject CPU. She said not to damage it, so we need to power it down first, right?
Right.
Imagine we completely fuck it up and fry it and it's of no use. She'd be like, oh, you're in so much trouble. Which, to be fair, maybe she shouldn't have trusted it to me, but at the same time, I didn't fuck up yet. Alright, let's see. What's this? Folder, glass bowl. Oh, sugar. Wait, what? Shit, I didn't mean to eat it. Sugar is much more useful as a component than as food. But I guess that's true in real life as well. Let's see, the pressure gauge. What was it? The pressure gauge is last, so ion focus now. Ion focus. Okay, inside its container, a miniaturized ion focus sits nestled in a bundle of tubes and wires, many of which are attached. How do you go about extracting it? Tear the connections away with your hands and wrench the device out. Gently unhook each tube and wire from the device and lift it out. cut the tubes and wires and pry the device out. I feel like this one's probably the answer if it wasn't for having the better option, which is agility 8. Unhook each tube and wire from its source and lift everything out. Oh wait, gently unhook each tube and wire from the device and lift out. Or unhook each tube and wire from its source and lift everything out together. Oh, because in this case it's each tube and wire from the device and lift out. This is saying to unhook each tube and wire from its source. Oh, that's the difference. So the device versus the source. So you get more of the components like this. Right?
Makes sense.
Yeah, from its source. Okay. There, we got that on focus. Okay. Nuka-Cola?
No wonder the intake valves are so much stress.
What's it? Broken tibia. And then... Strength. Let's see. Inside its container, a pressure gauge is attached with rusted screws. How will you go about extracting it? Unscrew the screws through the rust and remove the gauge. Yank the gauge out with the remote, removing the rust. Oil the screws to remove the rust and lift the gauge out. So unscrew the screws through the rust and remove the gauge. So remove the gauge or lift the gauge out. I'm confused. Blast the screws off with your weapon and pull the gauge out. So yank the gauge out without... Wait. Unscrew the screws through the rust and remove the gauge. And lift the gauge out. So I guess... I don't really see a functional difference. Maybe I guess in one case it's just not as good. There. So we got everything as perfect as we can. And only one of them we actually had to take some chems in order to get that level of that skill, that special perk. So let's see. Where's the core at? Oh, here. This will be fun. Wait, gold-plated float plater. All right, here. I'm going to take a picture of this. All right, here. Induction coil. Inside the container is an induction coil with 2 thick wires attached, one red, one blue. A low hum and the sound of static surrounds the device and the wires crackle. How you go about extracting it? Cut the red wire, a little shock won't hurt anything. Cut the blue wire, it seems shocky but less so. Or unhook both wires and slide the coil out. Probably the top one, right? To unhook it and slide it out.
Yeah, unhook and slide it out.
What? I just got shocked. A mysterious canister sits before you, pulsing with an eerie glow. How will you go about extracting it? Maybe I should talk to her first.
What is this thing?
Yeah.
What is this thing?
So much for help. Let's see. Gently lift it out of its container. Quickly swap it out with a heavy sack of dirt or pry it out using your weapon as a lever. Well, it's got to be gently lifted out of its container.
That doesn't sound good.
Uh-oh. Wait, where's
Substitute it with the sack.
Where's my gun? Where's my gun? Where's my gun? Oh, shit. Tambo time, motherfucker. Boom, boom. Woo! That was a workout. I hope that was a test.
Whatever
My
you did
skill.
up there, the security system sure didn't like it. Thanks for the backup. I doubt I could have handled that on my own.
You're welcome.
Now that that's over with, let me take a look at what you've collected. The pressure gauge looks like it's in good condition. The core processor is pristine. Good work on that. The ion focus looks usable. Impressive. The induction coil seems fine. That's a relief. And what is this? This is ultrasight. Fascinating. This looks like some kind of compact power source. None of the documents, none of the terminals said anything about this.
Interesting.
Did this power the whole machine?
Seems like it. They say ultrasight has unlimited potential.
Fuel of the future. I've heard the stories, but to think I could hold so much energy in my hands like this? Project Atlas may be beyond our power to repair, but we might have something here. I expected the machine to use a small reactor's worth of energy. They condensed that into a container I can hold in my hands. I could do a lot with this. You were a big help. I'm sure you have what it takes to be an initiate. And soon. Here, take this letter to Paladin Romani.
You already wrote
She'll make
it?
the final call on letting you into the Brotherhood, but my brevity tipped the scales. I'm going back upstairs to take a look at these components. I need to catalog our findings. If nothing else, this ultrasight battery has piqued my interest. There's a lot I could learn from reverse engineering it. Oh, I'm giving you access to my private terminal, too. It has all the logs we recovered from when we moved in. After what we just went through, I think you deserve to know more about Project Atlas. Take a look at it in some free time. Thanks again for your help. And good luck with the Paladin.
Thank you. Nope. Okay. The fact finder. Interesting. Mother of invention. Fact finder, impact, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's not bad, not bad. Quest field testing. Prove my merit. Well, we'll do that in a moment, but before that, we actually need to. Need to finish some of those merit badges, but luckily it's really almost done, and we only have 3 of those. And on top of that, there's 2 dailies that potentially can give the badge, so it might not even need to be 3. And that'll give me more inventory space. All right, let's see. Paladin, is it Romani or is it Romani? I have a feeling it's Romani. It sounds pretty.
Romani.
Yeah. But some of them pronounce it like Romani, which is kind of annoying. Wait, so can I close this? Dang it! It would be cool if I could open. Wait, can I? Wait, maybe. I thought I saw something. Nope, guess not. All right, so first of all, let's find a workshop bench. Here, this works. Get rid of all of those. Okay, we're at 300 out of 320. That's not bad. Weapons, meat cleavers, get rid of all that. Stash. Let's see, what's this new weapon that we got? It is called the Fact Finder. Oh, holy shit. This is projectiles. Bullets explode for 20%. weapon damage, minus action cost. Oh, this is really good, actually. Can I mod this? There should be somewhere here. Here. Fact finder. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. Wait, no. Fact finder. 287, 300. What's this? 300 is prime now. So wait. 287. 287. Let's go with this. Is there anything that has 287? 290. What do I currently have? That's 290. Is anything better than that? Refined, that's 280, but it loses out on. Okay, yeah, I'll just stick with this. 290. True long. Stabilized. Wait, stabilized long. Stabilized bull. I think I like a bull barrel, honestly. Wait. Yeah, I like that. True grip. This one, precise grip. Reflex sight. I think that's probably best. That. Let's see, fixer. Okay, here. All right, here we go. Wait, how am I at 325 now? That doesn't make sense. Oh, wait, what? Did I misread that? Oh, three. Oh, that was my health. Well, that explains. I'm going to put away this gun because I don't need it right now. Here. Weapon, fact finder. Where's Romani? Wait, this goes down further? Oh, wow. I think this is the first kid I've seen in the game.
Oh, well, my name is Maximo. You can call me Max, though, for short. My big sister Marcy and I live here now with Brotherhood.
That's pretty cool. Why do you live with them?
Well, the town we lived in got attacked by raiders and our mother was killed. But luckily, the Brotherhood of Steel was there, and they, since we didn't really have anyone anymore, Paladin and Romani had us come along with them. I can't wait to become a member and fight off bad guys like they do. I'll make sure no one ever has to die again. They're heroes! The Brotherhood is going to save humanity and help make the world a better place. They saved my sister and me and a bunch of other people along the way. Because the power related to her is so cool! Oh yeah! It's a lot
Wait, did you just see that? Like that plate just got launched or some shit.
The less distractions from my training, the better. I'm going to become the best Brotherhood of Steel member that Paladin Romani has ever seen.
That's pretty cool. trying to see. Wait, what happened with that? Oh, here, I found it.
Did you just see that? Like that plane just got launched or something.
Sure, I'd be happy to talk about them. I mean, they're my heroes. She's the leader of the Brotherhood, and I'm gonna try my best to impress her so that she makes me an initiate one day. He was telling me Mom's idea to let us stay with them. So happy that she did. No way! I can get the proper training I need to become a Brotherhood of Steel Knight there. I need the best combat training there is, and that's here. Speaking of, I wonder if Night Shin is busy right now. Oh, absolutely. She cares a lot about saving people and stopping bad guys. She's a real-life hero. Okay. Night Shin is super cool. Have you seen his power armor? He doesn't really talk too much, but I think it's just because he's super busy doing Brotherhood stuff and fighting.
Sure, kid, that's why.
BoS is usually hanging out by the weapons, and I'm not allowed to go near there. I think we're gonna be best friends one day, though.
I bet Nightshin would love if you asked him a ton of questions.
I want to know all about the Brotherhood of Steel.
Don't you think he's a jerk?
What? No. He's just busy. Saving the world is hard work. Someone in the Brotherhood can't be a jerk. They're literally the good guys.
Yes, because that's how things work.
Okay.
Valdez.
Odessa is the best. She's super smart. And
Her name's Odessa?
I don't really understand, but I'm going to study really hard. And sometimes when the others aren't around, we play hide and seek around the board. Nah, I want to be a knight like Shin so I can wear power armor and use cool weapons. If I was to be a scribe, though, I'd want to be just like Odessa. She told me I could because we're friends. Just like how you can call me Max instead of Maximo. Although, when I'm a knight, I would prefer to be called Knight Max.
It's like Maximus from the Fallout show.
Okay.
Wait, talk about something else.
Sounds good to me.
I gotta go.
Stay safe out there.
Oh? Is this his sister?
I don't have anything to say to you or anyone else.
Here, time for some more Day Tripper then. Oh, here.
Dee, what do you want?
Oh wait, I need more. Oh wait, let's see. What's my... Can I not use both? Dang it, I can't. Well, now I'm addicted to it, so now I need to use Addictol. Okay, I guess she'll just be a bitch and I can't do anything about it.
I'm sure you wouldn't be too thrilled to talk to anyone. If both your parents were dead and you were stuck with the people who caused it. I really don't want to talk about it. Just watch out. The Brotherhood can be reckless and they ain't justify it with some bullshit savior complex. If you want to talk about how great the Brotherhood of Steel is, talk to Max instead. You two can lick Shin's boots together. I would if I could, but Max refuses, and I can't just leave him behind. We're all that we've got left. Hopefully he'll come to his senses and stop his blind hero worship.
I don't think he will.
Let's... You know what? I just...
No, don't.
Good.
She's so rude.
Wait to tell Max about my latest patrol. He's gonna love it.
Wait, who's just talking?
Throwing news.
Huh? Who's talking about Max? I'm so confused. Okay. Let's see, where's Romani? Oh, over there.
No meat approved. A perfectly preserved pie with every dinner declined. This ration request doesn't even have a.
Where is he?
We'll build something better.
Where's? I feel like I'm hearing people all over the place. Okay.
You must be the one I've been hearing about. Paladin Layla Romani. What do you need?
Do I need to call the seminar office?
As a paladin, I'm the commander of the 1st Expeditionary Force to Appalachia, and by extension, the ranking officer here at Fort Atlas. I've received a report from Knight Shin detailing your assistance in his duties. He has given his approval to your consideration as an initiate. Word around the fort is that you've been working with Scribe Valdez as well. It takes more than hope to join. Knight Shin has spoken in your favor, but you'd also need Scribe Valdez's approval for me to consider your candidacy.
Well, it's a good thing she wrote me a letter of recommendation.
Between this and the report I have from Knight Shin, we can discuss you becoming a member of our order. Consider it carefully. Do you wish to join our ranks? Membership in the Brotherhood is a commitment to honor, duty, and service. You would begin as an initiate in our ranks. With time and training, you may one day join the scrolls as a knight.
Hey, do me a favor. Let me know if you can still hear the audio.
On a day-to-day basis, Knight Shin would be your direct superior here, though any of the officers may requisition you for missions.
Yes, I can.
Both have given their approval to your initiate consideration. Yes. Knight Shin felt that you displayed sensible judgment, took orders tolerably well, and were ideally suited to help with civilian outreach. Frankly, I suspect he just wants out of those duties, but you made a decent impression regardless. In short, she thinks you are capable, helpful, and possessed of a higher than average technical aptitude. Useful qualities in an initiate candidate. Yes? With recommendations of Knight Shin and Scribe Valdez, I'm willing to consider you for membership. But first, I need to see how you handle yourself without direct supervision. In order to be effective in our operations here, we need to establish positive relations with the people of Appalachia. If we make them see us as a beneficial presence in the area, it will be much easier to secure cooperation in the future. We have reports of feral ghoul attacks on traders and travelers in the southwest forest region, indicative of a nest of some kind. I want you to clear it out.
We should spend less time mourning for Defiance.
We don't know. Our initial reports on the attacks came from a family of farmers, the Putnams, that we passed on the way into the region. I think their sons were rather starstruck when we showed up. I almost expected the older boy to follow us when we left. You should start your search there. They may know more. You can find them at the old Lewis and Sons farming supply.
Each day in service of the Brotherhood.
While I'm not in the habit of explaining my priorities to would-be recruits, you may have noticed there's a lot of work to be done here. You doing it accomplishes the mission and adds another member to our ranks. 2 birds, 1 stone. While I'm not in the habit of explaining, you doing it accomplishes the mission and adds another.
raiders causing trouble again. We'll have to do something.
Your reward is that I consider you worthy to join our ranks. Limited intel suggests this is a milk run, perfect for a new recruit. But you're not wrong. We don't know the level of threat. Take this as an additional precaution.
We should spend less time mourning for Defiance and more time here, where Appalachia's future will be decided.
Complete this mission satisfactorily, and I will grant you initiate status within the Brotherhood. Yes. Very well. Do this, and you will be one of us, with all the rights and responsibilities of a full member of the Brotherhood of Steel. Ad Victoriam.
Ad Victoriam, brother. Let's see. So now that we've done that, this will take us over Southwest Forest region. Okay, it's over there. Check out what we still need to do for this. World. It's a musician. The Nuka Shine. Alright, Watoga High School. Where's the Nuka Shine? Gotta look this up. The Nuka Shine. Okay, figured it out. So for this, we've got to go to, well, I guess to start with, what we could do is, let's see, Watoga High School. Where's Watoga High School? Fast travel. But yeah, it's interesting about the Brotherhood. I have to admit, I actually kind of enjoy the stories in Fallout 76. Not as much as the other games, but we are kind of limited by, not really being able to have stuff kind of weave together as much just because of how much, variability there is in a way that other games don't have. So it seems like I still kind of wish that we would have found. Actually, that might be an interesting lore video to listen to in the meantime. Let's find out what they were doing at the Atlas Observatory.
Welcome.
Atlas Observatory. Let's see. I'm trying to find one that's not terribly long.
Welcome to a Fallout 76 episode. Yesterday I showed you Atlas Observatory and the changes going on here when a number of people reminded me of this note. To anybody who comes by, I had to leave for a bit to find spare parts for the bots. I'll be back soon if you're interested in what we're doing here. This place is going to be amazing when we're done. I hope you'll help us. I've sealed up the place, so if you're looking to bust in and have a look around, sorry to disappoint. And please, don't touch my stuff while I'm gone. I can't exactly stop you, but you don't exactly have to be a jerk either. And it's signed Russell Dorsey. So that note was just inside this tent, and I completely missed it. Now, I took a trip into Atlas Observatory before patch 20, and this is the lore I found inside. So there was only one working terminal inside the building. The science.
Wait, now we've. Oh, wait, Atlas Pro. This sounds better.
The Atlas program, Atmospheric Terraforming Laser Accelerator System, refers to a military weather modification project. Forming laser accelerator. The Atlas program, Atmospheric Terraforming Laser Accelerator System, refers to a military weather modification project at the Atlas Observatory prior to the Great War. The Atlas program was a weather modification and control project researched and developed at the Atlas Observatory as a joint project between the Army and Air Force. Under the supervision of Chief Army Scientific Advisor, Major Kirk Bentley, the program fell behind schedule. As a result, Bentley was deemed unfit for the role and was replaced by Lieutenant Colonel James Oberlin in January 2076. Oberlin was given a deadline to produce scalable results for weather control by April, or the project's funding would be cut. By March, the head researcher of the project, Dr. Isaac Hammond, had succeeded in initiating light rainfall across a significant localized area, securing further funding for the Atlas program under the condition that he would invest more research into more high-energy weather conditions. Additionally, Oberlin gave the Atlas engineers the go-ahead to initiate construction of the accelerator, while continuing to improve the underlying technology of the system. Dr. Hammond and Lieutenant Marks began calibrating the ion beam accelerator. Progress hit a plateau at the 300 MeV threshold when micro variations in the magnetic flux disrupted the Betatron induction loop. Lieutenant Marks then created a firmware update for the coil controller to remove the wobble, and assembly of the main device remained on schedule. Berlin continued to press the research staff to have the program completed by the end of the year. Dr. Hammond noted that the potential for Atlas project could change the world, but if not carefully handled, could cause catastrophic damage. By August 2076, Dr. Hammond had been able to produce a wide variety of weather conditions based on the data his team had brought into the lab, and the prototype was able to produce near whiteout blizzard conditions, even covering the mountains near Pleasant Valley Ski Resort with fresh snow. Local media took note of the unusual occurrence, but did not connect the storms to the program. Tight security, trusted personnel, and an automated security system kept details of the program from leaking out. Oberlin met with his chain of command in Washington to go over military applications for the technology. The localized prototype was not ready for wide-scale use in war, but was ready for use in small skirmishes or certain clandestine operations. In August 2077, the Atlas project had been fully approved and funded for military applications. Potential applications in the war effort against China included blanketing the nation in thick black clouds until the crops die out, wiping out naval ports with typhoons, or sending fierce lightning storms against vulnerable air bases to ground air units. Use as a tool to quell any potential domestic uprisings was also a consideration. Oberlin's assessment of the Atlas system showed that it would diminish the threat of all-out nuclear war, and a string of bad weather would not be suspected as an American weapon. With adequate personnel, he believed the project would be completed in the first quarter of 2078. Sometime later, Oberlin received a letter from his superiors in Washington stating that the Atlas program was to be shut down, citing cost-cutting measures, risk assessment ratios, and taxpayer responsibilities. A follow-up letter ordered him to go back through all the data that Dr. Hammond collected and adjust the values and the results so that Atlas looked like a failure. However, these falsifications were not without merit, as Lieutenant Marks's reports indicated a variety of flaws that contributed to the decommissioning of the Atlas program, such as stability issues, considerable resource need to create a consistently usable device, coolant need, and various diagnostic faults. After the Great War, Dr. Hammond continued to work on the program due to the increased importance of weather control and terraforming as a result of post-war conditions. He activated the observatory's automated security bots and converted them to assist in the completion of the Atlas program after the military abandoned the facility. 5 months after the war, Dr. Hammond was successful in replacing the main lens, finished the particle analysis, and believed the accelerator was finally stable. Dr. Hammond was unable to complete the project, dying before its completion.
Shit. Let's see. Hmm. Lore, maybe.
One day while exploring Appalachia, we see an alien spaceship descend from the sky.
Dang, I missed that event when they had that.
We begin the event, Invaders from Beyond. Defend Appalachia against a mysterious force from the stars. This event can happen in a number of different locations. We can never predict where an alien ship will appear, but wherever it appears, the event plays out in a similar way. On the ground beneath the ship are three strange alien devices, glowing with amber light. When we get close to investigate it,
I am Homer. Typically, I would not get involved in public affairs, but the extraterrestrial is my specialty, so I would like to help.
We receive a transmission from a guy named Homer Sapperstein, and his broadcast are a little bit different each time a ship appears. I'll play the differences between the broadcasts spliced together throughout this episode.
Fellow Earthlings, you may call me Homer. As you can see, our homeland is being attacked. Hello there, I am Homer. You can think of me as an interested party. Greetings, fellow humans. You may call me Homer. I am not much of a fighter, but I will provide support from afar. Hello, everyone. I am Homer, and I am here to help. These extraterrestrials are a grave threat to our planet. Greetings. My designation is Homer. I have been tracking the movements of the extraterrestrials for some time now. Do not be alarmed. I am Homer. And I am broadcast.
Overseer's personal journal. I was in my junior year when I got the news that Mom died. Mining accident. Everyone in West Virginia has a story like that in the family. You never think it's gonna be you. Dad was in pieces. I started living in the library more than before. And I was already there most days to begin with. And Evan. Evan. Mom had introduced us just a few months before. Graduated a year ahead of me, just went right to work in the mines. So handsome. Oh, and those arms. What West Virginia girl could resist all that? I can't believe he stuck with me. After the funeral, I didn't want anyone around. But there he was, showing up in the library after his shift with a lunchbox for us to share. Every day. When the career fair came, and I met the people from Vault-Tec, it was like a light turned on. Protecting families, protecting their future, protecting America. The first thing I did when I got the acceptance letter to Vault-Tec University was head over to Mom's grave with Dad. He was happy I was staying in West Virginia. So was I.
To provide remote assistance. Those brainwave siphons are collecting unauthorized data. To put a stop to this, we must lure out the alien commanders in control of the force fields. You need... to hold out until the alien commanders show themselves. Eliminating them should bring down the force fields on the brainwave siphons. Our goal is to destroy the brainwave siphons. They are currently protected by force fields, but defeating alien leaders should leave them vulnerable. Those brainwave siphons must be destroyed. As a prerequisite, we need to lure out the alien commanders who control the force fields on the siphons. Those devices are siphoning human brainwaves. To bring down the force field on the siphons, we must draw out alien.
Home to both the students of. Before the Great War, Morgantown was home to both the students of Vault-Tec University and Morgantown High School, as well as a prime stopping point for the many miners and soldiers who passed through. To combat the gasoline crisis that the country was facing, the city featured a state-of-the-art monorail system that encircled the entire city, with locations such as the airport and university receiving their own dedicated stops. The people living here, particularly those renting property and running their own businesses, were struggling to keep up with the increasing rent and automation of human jobs. Both stylists and tattoo artists seemed to be hit the hardest, but this could have been because the students simply weren't interested in getting their hair cut or getting tattoos. What they were interested in was getting drunk. And Lewis, a VTU chemistry student from the Eta Psi house, had an idea. In order to fund his obsession with Nuka-Cola, he created a high-proof distilled spirit and mixed it with Nuka-Cola. After juggling with the names Nuka-Hol, Nuka-Mash, and Nuka-Brew, he eventually settled on the name Nuka-Shine. Lewis's friend, Judy Lowell, the president of the Eta Psi House, became involved with the project, later dubbed the Nukashine Initiative. Although she was concerned with the legal aspects of the project, she continued to help. After initial testing in the Eta Psi basement, Lewis rented out the cellar of Big Al's tattoo parlor on a 10-year contract, upping the scale of the project and converting the cellar into a speakeasy, somewhere the students could come and enjoy the Nukashine without worry of being discovered. And Alice, the owner of Big Al's, was struggling financially, and with this new income, she was more than happy to keep a few secrets. As the project grew, the vast quantity of alcohol was simply too much for any human to test on a regular basis. Luckily, Lewis's mother worked for General Atomics, and shortly after his request, a robo-brain was provided. Whether it was acquired through legal means or not was never discussed. The robo-brain was given the name Biv E. Ridge and began quality testing the Nukashine. It is unclear as to whether or not Biv's drunken manner is a result from testing such a vast quantity of alcohol, or if he was programmed to be the friendly, drunken robot that he is. Lewis, along with Judy and Biv, outsourced their Nukashine to the Pi Kappa Mu House, a fraternity of Vault-Tec University students known for their daily parties and pranks, which included removing the head of the Vault Boy statue. As ideal as all of this sounds, a product that people wanted, a discreet location where prying eyes couldn't see, and a workforce that did everything that needed to be done, its downfall was a secret ingredient that Lewis and Judy, for some reason, felt the need to include. Inside the back room of the speakeasy is a locked door, and on the other side, the ingredient
Hours, days. Who the hell knows? I'm trapped. Starving, thirsty. Since everyone drank that goddamn drink. This was our final initiation. Me and my buddy Max over there. Walked in here for the party, and then we were golden. Just one last test. They passed out red cups at the end to celebrate. Called it Gashine. Yeah. Dumped mine out when they weren't looking. Max here. He didn't. Everyone was fine at first. Until they weren't. Oh, that sound, I will never forget that damn sound. I can't. Oh. Now I am stuck here. Stuck here with no food, water, saw. I won't cut through shit. Stuck here. Oh, Max, Posey. I gotta think of something soon. Max, he's a swell guy, but I'm a little sick of his company.
Becomes clear. Nuclear waste. You can imagine the kind of damage consuming this byproduct would do to the human body, and the side effects of drinking Nucashine, according to Biv, are illness, addiction, permanent brain damage, the list goes on. So if knowing this, why would Lewis and Judy allow the other students to consume the drink? As for the relationship between the two frat houses, it would seem that Eta Psi was where the hard-working, nose to the grindstone type of student would stay, while Pi Kappa Mu was for
Oh, I feel dumb. I've been muted. I wasn't really talking much before that, but I was saying I really don't like the implication of waking up and there being two dead settlers near me. You think that it's trying to tell me, oh, 3 dead settlers. Am I supposed to think I'm responsible for them not being alive? Because I do not remember this.
I don't know.
All right, let's see. So we're supposed to read the Nucashine label. And maybe notes? It's probably in notes. Nucashine label. Vintage Nucashine. New maybe? Alright, Nucashine label. At our alma mater stands a boy gray and cold The steps behind him are the first threshold around the right corner. Study the street just to the left is the place that we meet. There you can stain your skin with ink, but find the back door and we'll get you a drink. Solve the riddle. It's got to travel to Morgantown. We'll continue to listen to that though. Where is it?
For the lazy and irresponsible, these were complete opposites, and because of this, they didn't connect. They simply had nothing in common. That was until Lewis created Nuka-Shine, a lethal drink aimed specifically to the students that love to party. There's a terminal entry on Ted's computer, one of the students of Pie House, where Judy politely asks Ted and his friends to not make any more cheap jokes at Lewis's expense. It's difficult to believe that two chemistry students couldn't anticipate the kind of damage the drink would do. There is a note to Lewis from Judy that says she misses the old Lewis, not the crazy Lewis. His obsession with Nuka-Cola could quite easily be placed above human life, especially when those humans are just bullies who he can exploit for money. I don't know what reason Judy had other than treating the entire ordeal as an experiment and simply wanted to witness firsthand the type of damage consuming nuclear waste would do. Inside Pie House, we can see exactly that. Sprawled throughout the house are many skeletons who appear to have died in the middle of a party. They all seem to be holding beverages, wearing costumes, and just sitting in some of the strangest positions. Downstairs in the basement is a laundry room, and on the floor are two skeletons, both handcuffed to the rail with a holotape between them. Listening to the holotape reveals that these two skeletons were pledges, new initiates currently going through the house's trials. As a final initiation, they were given a drink of Nuka-Shine and had to spend the duration of the party handcuffed inside the laundry room. The narrator of the holotape states that while his friend Max Posey drank the Nuka-Shine, he did not, and as a result, he was the only one left alive. Max, along with the others, all succumbed to the effects of Nuka-Shine. The narrator mentions that the others made a specific sound that still haunts him. I'm not entirely sure what these sounds were, but my guess would have been retching, choking, and gasping for breath as their bodies shut down. The fate of the narrator wasn't dehydration or starvation, but blood loss. Beside his skeleton is a rusty saw, and we can see that he was successful in removing his own hand, freeing himself from the shackles, but also condemning himself as well. These actions went unnoticed thanks to the Great War. Alicia Parker, one of the survivors from Vault-Tec University, recorded the events shortly after, and it's thanks to her we know what happened. After the bombs, Morgantown was a living hell. A few of the students were fortunate enough to have survived inside the university, but after a few weeks when rations were beginning to dwindle, they were forced outside. When they emerged, they found themselves in the perfect real-world scenario they had been training for at VTU. Some of the students with overseer training took the lead, and a few of the Greek houses started communities. The largest of them, Kappa something, Alicia doesn't quite remember, started absorbing the smaller houses and slowly expanded their own territory. Many students were lost during the first year, some to radiation poisoning, others to typical things like hunger and thirst. There were also instances of students falling victim to animal attacks, most notably the giant rat in the VTU courtyard that the other students never managed to track down. Even with all of these combined, the numbers simply don't come close to the amount lost during the House Wars. In the beginning, the students seemed to be cooperating with one another. That was until the Radaway shortages, where hair started falling out and their skin began to change. After a cache was discovered in a nearby pharmacy, students argued over who it belonged to. Bullets were exchanged, and the first student death by a fellow peer was recorded. This was the new Morgantown, a
So you spent a lot of time in Morgantown?
I've spent a fair amount of time there. Not a huge amount. The monorail system, the little railway system, monorail system's interesting.
Is it real or just in this?
No, it's real.
Ah.
It's in pretty disrepair because it's one of those they built it a while ago, and it's all custom parts and expenses and all.
Ah, dang.
Few of us hid inside the university. The rations forced us out after a few weeks. When we emerged, we found ourselves in the perfect real-world scenario for exercising all the treatment fire division.
But yeah, this is a monorail system right here. It's pretty cool. Let's see. So at our alma mater, this is VTU, I think. Am I going to get it? Nope. Let's see. What am I? We're going to use a railway rifle. Trouble with the radiation. So radiation issue is getting pretty bad. 10 of our guys just didn't wake up this morning, and some other people are just trying to lose their hair. I was brushing something off my cheek in the middle of the night. Thought it was just a fly, but I hate to admit it. But I'm going to send a message to the street rats and see if we can call for peace. They don't look like they're in good shape either, and this little war game has gone on long enough. I mean, what? You can see he has Radaway right by his corpse. Let's see, so objective area. Oh, shit. Dang it. Dang it, Billy.
battle zone where only the ruthless survived. The two biggest houses were the Roof House and Street House, their names reflecting the territory of which they controlled. Without Radaway, the effects of intense radiation soon took their toll. Kids simply dropped to the ground on a daily basis, their hair and skin peeled away, and only the most powerful houses were able to keep order among their ranks. This was only possible by eliminating these smaller groups of students and stealing their supplies. This raged on until only 2 houses remained.
In the years before the war, the students of Vault-Tec University were hard at work, learning the skills that would allow them to serve as staff in the 100+ vaults across the United States. As many were working through accelerated programs, free time was a precious commodity. While most of the student body used their free time for recreation, a group of honors chemistry students had a different plan. Not content with simply excelling in academics, these students created a brewery and a speakeasy for an alluring and incredibly intoxicating beverage. I'm the Resolute Cartographer, and this is the story of the Nukashine Initiative. Formed through the purchase of West Virginia University in 2031, Vault-Tec University brought many new students and strong economic growth to Morgantown. The university had a thriving Greek society, with organizations that range from Pi Kappa Mu, with its motto of Party Every Day, to Eta Psi Epsilon Tau, with its membership requirements of maintaining a high GPA and performing community outreach. The members of Eta Psi Epsilon Tau were
Alright, so let's figure this out. So we go to... Right, at our alma mater stands a boy, gray and cold. It's going to be the stone. Gray and cold. The steps behind him are the first threshold. Around the right corner, study the street. What's the right... Well, what the fuck does it mean, the right corner? Oh, wait, the steps behind him are the first threshold. Around the right corner, maybe this corner, study the street. Just to the left is the place that we meet. Here. There you can stain your skin with ink. Big Al's Tattoo Parlor. Hand-drawn expertise, 20 years experience. How do we get in, though? Well, here there's some kegs. I don't know how to actually get in. Oh, here, there's a door.
were generally disliked by the less academically gifted students on campus, especially the members of Pi Kappa Mu.
Oh, okay, we're in already. Oh, okay, that's cool. So here you can see the tattoo parlors right here. It's pretty cool. MedX. They're giving people hair. What the fuck? Who just said that? What the fuck? Did you hear that?
Yep.
Oh, it's a robot probably all the way in the back. That's what it is. It just scared the crap out of me. Okay, so there's not really anything here. Wait, let's see. Do they have anything in the reception terminal? Memo, solar construction team, allow me to be frank. We've been struggling for some time now. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry. Unfortunately, some entrepreneuring youngsters from the university have approached me with an extremely lucrative offer. They'll be leasing our salad for an initial period of 10 years, providing me with enough income that I'll never have to work again. Cool. So.
What was that sound? Oh!
I'm sorry, but that is the creepiest shit. I'm going to close it, but at the same time, I feel like I should leave it open in case I have to run out. Wait, where's the robot? Is this here? Where the fuck is the robot? This feels like a horror game all of a sudden. Oh wait, here. We need to play an instrument, and then we get our badge.
What was that sound?
I'm sorry, but that is such a creepy robot. Employees only. Oh, hello.
Sure. I could, really use him. And you got more than just one. Hi, I'm Bill. And this here is another one alcohol quality test. Come on, man.
Is that robot drunk?
What happened, ya? Well, it's just short spring here drink. Nuka time. Oh, no, really. Would you be a nice fellow and whip me up a batch of Nuka side so I can do my job? I do have the recipe right here, but I think I'll land this sort of kind of drop. A bit in the watch supplier room. Don't be.
Worry about that later. Let's. Where was it that we needed to go? Right? Kitty corner cabins. Oh, continue to listen up.
Whatever the cause of the enmity, it led the Et-Pets, as they were known, to be the target of many pranks and derision. One of these Et-Pets was a brilliant chemistry major named Lewis. Though his brilliance came with some annoying and mockable idiosyncrasies, his academic prowess made him a perfect fit for Eta Psi Epsilon Tau. Aside from his studies, Lewis was a self-proclaimed Nuka-Cola aficionado, and he would visit the nearby Kanawut Nuka-Cola plant to try the latest flavors of his favorite beverage. He showed his love for the soda by collecting all the Nuka-Cola merchandise he could. By November 2076, his collection of Nuka-Cola memorabilia had grown to the level that he would need to rent more storage space if he was going to continue collecting. He decided that he would rent a warehouse, but he lacked the funds required. Thus, he came up with a plan. He was surrounded by alcohol-loving college students, the perfect market for a highly alcoholic beverage that he could base in his beloved Nuka-Cola. Lewis knew that his efforts and resources alone were
Interesting. Alright, let's see. Where's this stinking robot? Where's the cabins? Something's not right. Oh. I just didn't go far enough. Come up.
Are you still at home? It seems a Pioneer Scout's work is never done. Just as you clean up the toxic mutagenic waste, more oozes up. It wouldn't be neighborly to leave it lying about. You want to be a good neighbor, don't you?
All right, let's turn this in. So if we get at least one, that means we only have to finish one more. Let's see what we got. Ah, fuck. No, still need two more. So start off. Where can we just items? Shit. No. It just crashed. Shit.
Weren't going to be enough to get his plans off the ground. Thus, he engaged Judy Lowell, the head of Eta Psi Epsilon Tau, in a project they would dub the Nukashine Initiative. In the garage of the frat house, Lewis constructed an experimental brewery. Along with this, Judy also gave Lewis exclusive use of one of the bedrooms so that he could use it to think and plan. Lewis immediately enveloped the space in all things Nuka-Cola. Soon after, he concocted the first formula for Nukashine and brewed a batch. The beverage was a hit, so much so that it became clear that this version of the operation wasn't going to work long term. Just as Lewis had started this project out of the need for more space, there wasn't enough room to properly operate a brewery within the frat house. Lewis and Judy searched Morgantown for a better spot for the operation and found it at Big Al's tattoo parlor. Though Lewis hadn't been able to afford to rent space, the fraternity could, and Alice Big Al Lovelace was thrilled to rent space to the Etpets. Her business had been struggling for years. The parlor's best efforts at advertising had come to nothing. The Etpets signed a 10-year deal with Big Al, income that would allow her to retire. Judy and Lewis split the basement space into two areas, a brewery and a speakeasy that would serve Lewis's beverage alongside other drinks. They assembled the brewery and Lewis resumed his work. He wasn't content with his first iteration of Nukashine and he began working on a better formula. This work brought a new member to the initiative. One morning, as Judy came into the Nukashine to check on the progress, she entered the darkened brewery and came face to face with a single giant eyeball and floating brain. She sprinted home and banged on Lewis's door, demanding answers. His response? A note slipped under the door saying, "Need drink tester." Judy looked into the matter a little deeper and learned that Lewis's mother worked for General Atomics, in a position where she had the requisite pull to provide her son with a robo-brain. Robo-brains contain an actual human brain, so this procurement was no mean feat. Though Judy was worried that Lewis was potentially getting them into some legal trouble, she went along with the plan. They named the robo-brain Bevy Ridge, and the work continued. Judy did what she could to keep this development quiet, telling the other Etpets not to tell anyone about Bev. In the end, Bevy Ridge paid off, and Lewis was able to refine his formula for Nukashine. Lewis had procured a supply of Nuka-Cola Quantum, and he replaced the plain old Nuka-Cola base with this new fluorescent blue soda. This improved formula drove increased sales to the point where the brewery couldn't keep up with the orders. This led Lewis to design and build a flash fermenter that could rapidly replenish their stock, assuming it didn't explode as it was prone to do. As word of the Nukashine initiative spread, students began to beat a path for Eta Psi Epsilon Tau, hoping to join up just to be a part of the initiative. Judy had to find space for all these new pledges, and that's when she saw Lewis's personal space for the first time. Coming to the realization that Lewis was using this valuable real estate to support his obsession with Nuka-Cola, she left him a note suggesting that they needed his room for new pledges. Ironic, considering that he had the room in order to make the initiative successful, and now that the initiative was successful, he was facing losing it. Though up to this point in the story, it may seem like Lewis and Judy were the only productive members of the initiative, they were simply the most productive. While Lewis was undoubtedly the brains behind Nuka-Shine itself, the rest of the project was a product of the entire fraternity. The Etpets cleaned up the basement of the tattoo parlor and installed furniture. They installed a special Nuka-Cola machine that obscured the entrance. They designed a label for the bottles. As the success of Nuka-Shine had grown, Judy Lowell began to have some serious concerns. It wasn't simple fear that she had been breaking some college rules or even permitting laws. This was something deeper. Though they'd been instrumental in setting up the speakeasy, Judy decided to ban any Etpets other than Lewis or herself from entering the brewery supply room. She had already told them to conceal the presence of Bevy Ridge from outsiders. This was something bigger. She had discovered a secret ingredient that Lewis had been adding to the brew to give it that special kick, and she couldn't have that information getting out. As the popularity of Nuka-Shine grew, so too did her concerns. In October 2077, these concerns compounded when Judy received an invitation to the biggest frat party of the year, the Pi Mu's Wild Eviction Party. While the Etpets had been excelling academically and building a profitable business, the Pi Mu's were partying every day, vandalizing school property, and violating every code they could. In August 2077, they had even cut the head off the university's Vault Boy statue and were prominently displaying it in their house. By September, a reckoning was at hand. Ted Dorfman, the head of Pi Kappa Mu, explained to his fellow Pi Mu's that he had a foolproof legal plan to beat the eviction. Unfortunately for the Pi Mu's, Ted Dorfman was fairly dim-witted and lazy. The Pi Mu's didn't have a legal leg to stand on, but that didn't stop them from partying every day for the time being. To mock the university, the brothers decided to host a wild eviction party on Sunday, October 17th, 2077. For this party, they wanted the booze everyone was buzzing about. They wanted Nuka-Shine. Because of their constant harassment of the Etpets and Lewis in particular, the Pi Mu's had yet to receive an invitation to the Nuka-Shine speakeasy, so they could only go off the rumors they'd heard. Ted Dorfman for their party. This development had Judy Lowell feeling apprehensive and thrilled. She was the head of a fraternity that had always been the underdogs, the losers. Through the Nuka-Shine initiative, she and Lewis had brought the Etpets to the top of the school's social scene. Unfortunately, Nuka-Shine's allure and mystique hid a horrible secret. Lewis had been making Nuka-Shine with nuclear waste. Even before he replaced regular Nuka-Cola with strontium-laced Nuka-Cola Quantum, he'd been adding this dangerous substance to the brew. If the truth came out, everything would come crashing down. Not just for Judy and for Lewis, but for the entire fraternity. She had used fraternity funds to rent the basement for the initiative. The initiative was the force behind their burgeoning signups. Her brothers and sisters had been putting their own efforts into building and maintaining the Nuka-Shine speakeasy. They were all culpable of the consequences of her decisions and Lewis's actions. Judy didn't know a way out. She felt she had to continue to play her role. In the end, the Pi Mu's wild eviction party was a rager, and the catalyst for the final eviction notice that the Pi Mu's received the following Wednesday. That Friday, October 22nd, 2077, everyone was partying, even the soon-to-be homeless Pi Mu's. To celebrate the success of Nuka-Shine, Judy broke out the confetti, balloons, and streamers. At the Pi Mu house, they finished the evening with a round of Nuka-Shine. They forced 2 of the new pledges into the utility room in the basement, handcuffed them to a pipe, and locked them in. The following morning, the hungover students of Morgantown were awakened by the screaming of the civil defense sirens. Though the city was spared a direct strike, radioactive fallout began to blow in from the Midwest. The Pi Mu house was a scene of death. In the basement, one of the handcuffed pledges had watched as his fellow pledge died, hearing the death rattles of the other members of the fraternity through the walls. There was no way out of the handcuffs, and no one to come to his aid. He found a hacksaw, but he discovered to his chagrin that it wasn't sharp enough to cut through the handcuffs or through the pipe that he was bound to. In his desperation, he cut off his own hand, but sadly, he bled out before he could get help. In the end, the nukes served to wipe away the sins of the past. Lewis and Judy never faced justice for their radioactive nukashine. The Paimus were never evicted by the university. Over the coming days, Morgantown became a war zone, as the survivors who remained on the surface battled for the remaining radiation drugs. Once they were dead or had moved on, it would be 5 years until the city would see a substantial population again. In 2102, the former residents of Vault 76 picked through the ruins of Morgantown, rediscovering nukashine and the recipe to make it. Somehow, knowing the contents has not deterred those who survived the bombs from imbibing this glowing blue, radioactive, highly alcoholic, blackout-inducing beverage. Alright, well that just about covers the story of the Nukashine Initiative, but I have a few more things to say before closing things out. Let me start by saying this video is a remake, remaster, upgrade of my original video on the topic. My original video on this topic was in fact my first published lore video, released July 13th, 2019. At the time, I knew I wanted to make Fallout lore videos, but I wasn't sure how I wanted those videos structured. The original video is actually a full quest walkthrough, an explanation of the brewing system, and finally a detailing of the lore, including potential contradictions. I didn't fully stumble onto the narrative style I've chosen until my lore video covering Lewisburg released 7 months later, February 11th, 2022. I decided to remake the videos released before that time and to place the original video. Let's start with how I constructed the narrative here. Most of my lore videos require a certain amount of connecting raw lore with educated guesses, but this content was much more complex than that. This content required more of the process I had to use in making my Flatwoods lore video. In both of these cases, we're dealing with lore that has to be assembled like a house of cards, rather than as a simple first this, then that sort of a timeline. This is largely because there are few solid dates given in this content. In fact, the only specific dates we have are November 20th, 2076, the date Lewis originally conceived his plans for Nukashine, and October 20th, 2077, the date of the final eviction notice for the Paimus. In less specific dates, we have the month of the theft of the Vault Boy statue's head, August, and the month of the original eviction letters, September. Outside of that, everything is simply a series of loosely chained events. This lack of specific dates means that I had to place undated materials in the order that made the most sense. I'm hesitant to go too deeply into my past misunderstandings, as I fear it would muddle the interpretation of events I shared just now, but I'm going to mention a few of my old misconceptions and some of my considerations. A. I originally thought that Nukashine started out being made with Nuka-Cola Quantum. I now believe that this was a later addition. Because of that misconception, I thought that Nukashine was formulated somewhere in mid to late 2077. Originally, I didn't consider that creating the formula may have been an iterative process. B. I originally thought that Lewis was working out of the frat house garage for a lot longer. I thought that Judy telling him, quote, "We could really use this space for pledges."
Stingwing barb, rad roach meat. Where's the blood bug proboscis? Oh, there it is. You got everything I asked for. I'll whip up a batch and you're ready to go. Drink this down, and insects will find you taste just awful. Kinda like this repellent taste.
unquote, was saying that they needed to move the brewing equipment. I've now come to the conclusion that she wanted the bedroom back that they'd given him for his sole use. They could have fit 4 pledges into his room. See, I originally thought that Judy was referring to the nuclear waste when she told the Etpets about the, quote, secret ingredient, unquote, in Nuka-Shine. I now think this was more likely a reference to Nuka-Cola Quantum. I don't think she would have even hinted at what Lewis was up to with nuclear waste. Because I originally considered this, quote, secret ingredient, unquote, to be nuclear waste, I didn't see this as an open slot into which Nuka-Cola Quantum easily slid. That being said, I still had to justify Judy sealing the supply room later in the process. She did that because the supply room was full of nuclear waste. It's clear to me that she didn't initially know that Lewis was using nuclear waste in the brew. When they were only producing the first runs of Nuka-Shine at the frat house, they didn't need that much waste. Lewis could have easily hidden the volume required at that time. I think that as the volume of Nuka-Shine they were selling increased, Lewis had to secure a larger supply of nuclear waste, and thus he filled the supply room with drums of waste. It was when Judy saw these drums of nuclear waste that she finally realized what Lewis was doing, and it was at that time that she sealed the supply room. D, and this is a big one here, there is a series of visuals and pieces of raw lore that really don't fit together well here. These all surround the Pi Moo's wild eviction party. To start, the dead bodies in the house and the holotape final initiation make it seem as though the party immediately predated the war, as in the night before they were partying. The problem with this lies in the day of the party on the poster and the date that the final eviction notice was delivered. The poster says, this Sunday. The world ended on a Saturday. The final eviction notice came on the Wednesday before the bombs. This means that the latest the wild eviction party could have come was on Sunday, October 17th, 2077. If the Pi Moos were all dead after that party, the university surely would have seen the corpses when they came to deliver the eviction notice. They would have called the cops. This means that the wild eviction party was not the cause of these deaths. So what was the cause? To be completely transparent, I don't know. From the holotape final initiation, it appears that everyone who drank a cup of Nuka-Shine later died. This doesn't add up. First of all, these are hard drinking partiers. They would surely have had a high tolerance for alcohol. As players, we can consume a full growler of Nuka-Shine without dying. Sure, we black out, but we don't die. I had been considering that maybe it was too high in alcohol content for the partiers and they'd suffered from alcohol poisoning, suffocating on their own vomit in their sleep or something like that, but these bodies are positioned in a manner that definitely doesn't match this assumption. Beyond this, I considered that the radioactive waste may have killed them. While consuming nuclear waste is extremely harmful, we again have to look at how the player responds to drinking Nuka-Shine. Beyond this party was not the first appearance of Nuka-Shine. The reason the Pi Moos wanted it for their party was because it was so popular. How could the Pi Moos have died less than a week after drinking Nuka-Shine for the first time when we don't know of anyone else who did? So what did happen? As I stated in my narrative, I believe that right before the bombs, regardless of the eviction notice, the Pi Moos partied. I believe that they served Nuka-Shine either from the original batch or purchased from the speakeasy. I believe that most of the people in the house then suffered whatever death is responsible for the many other pre-war skeletons Bethesda places around the Fallout worlds that they build. Don't get me wrong, there are places where one would definitely expect to find the skeletons of the former residents, but there are also many places where bodies show up where it doesn't make any logical sense, but it does tell us the story of that location. This whole situation is further confused when we consider the testimony of the pledge who died bleeding out in the basement. The pledge says, quote, everyone was fine at first, well, until they weren't. That sound. I'll never forget that damn sound, unquote. I don't know what he's talking about here. I speculated that this was the sound of the sirens or of the bombs. I've also considered that it was the sound of his fellows dying. The only other cause I've considered here is that the Nuka-Shine delivered to the Pi Moos that Friday may have been poisoned. This version of things does make some sense when the only person to survive is the pledge who surreptitiously threw out his Nuka-Shine. This version of things serves to raise more questions, though. Who would have poisoned them and why? The Etpets and the Pi Moos were on better terms. The Pi Moos did make a mockery of Lewis, but they'd been kinder to him to get their hands on the Nuka-Shine. Aside from the circumstantial evidence, this possibility is completely unsupported. Back to the other topics, though. Second, the Nuka Shine recipe is odd for a few reasons, starting with the fact that there's wood for fuel as part of the recipe. Natural gas tanks are plentiful in Appalachia, and while there was a shortage of gasoline before the bombs, natural gas still seems to have been common. Beyond the cooking fuel, there are some other odd ingredients in Nuka Shine, including razor grain and Nuka Cola Quantum. In the past, I considered boiled water to be a strange ingredient as well, but there are definitely instances of impure tap water in the Fallout universe. While I also considered that boiling is an important part of the brewing process, it's also important that the water be pure at the start of the brewing process. That said, razor grain is a post-war mutated grain that at one point was something like wheat or barley. The fact that it's included in a pre-war recipe makes no sense. Along with that, the labels on Nuka Shine list its original creation in 2076. Nuka Cola Quantum wasn't released to the public until late 2077. I've reconciled this with the conclusion that the recipe is iterative, in that while the original recipe was created in 2076, it was updated to include Nuka Cola Quantum when that was released in 2077. That said, while it doesn't make sense from a lore perspective, it's clearly the case that the recipe containing things like razor grain makes sense for a post-apocalyptic recipe that we can use. Third, the Nuka Shine initiative was doomed to failure from the start. In the past, I believed that the addition of nuclear waste to the recipe would be enough to eventually get them shut down for violating health and safety codes. But I've come to realize that that view is born out of living in our universe. In the Fallout universe, the Nuka Cola Corporation itself was adding strontium to Nuka Cola Quantum. While they claim it isn't harmful, I have trouble believing that it's healthy to consume a radioactive isotope that continues to glow as it passes through your system. Aside from the strontium, they also add other crazy chemicals to other varieties of Nuka Cola, like dextromethamphetamine, so it's hard for me to see the FDA cracking down on the Nuka Shine initiative for adding radioactive waste to their brew. Really, the fact that they used the prefix Nuka on the name Nuka Shine is what would get them sued into oblivion. Violating the trademark of the Nuka Cola Corporation would be what would bring them down. There's no way that John Caleb Bradburton would allow this to continue. Eventually, the actions of the Nuka Shine initiative would bring down all those involved, with the possible exception of Lewis. Because of Lewis's familial connections to the pre-war elite, I think he would have likely been given a slap on the wrist. Fourth, I have a few thoughts on the assignment of blame for what happened here. I'll just give an edited version of my original opinion, as it still holds. Lewis does not hold exclusive blame for the Nuka Shine debacle, as Judy Lowell was absolutely a part of the problem. I don't blame her to the extent that I do Lewis, though, as she seems to have been swept up in the current of Nuka Shine, and to me, it seems that she didn't know a way out. She knew what they were doing was wrong, but for the first time, her pets were the top dogs, the ones in power. The new pledges were joining and investing their time in something that she had championed, and it had spun completely out of control. Lewis was willing to ruin the lives of those around him and potentially kill his customers for the sake of making a buck. While I generally don't support the end justifying the means argument, he doesn't even have that on his side here, as he was planning on using this money to fund an obsession with soda. While Judy cannot be said to be as guilty as Lewis from the jump, once she knew that Lewis was making his magnum opus with nuclear waste, she had an obligation to step forward and stop it. Fifth, while this content is not specifically about Vault-Tec University, I want to note that it appears that Vault-Tec University's founding date rewrites non-canonical material from the Fallout Bible. I say this because, while Fallout University was founded in 2031, the Fallout Bible says that Project Safehouse, the government program meant to construct vaults, wasn't enacted until 2054. This would mean that VTU was set up by Vault-Tec 23 years before the corporation had a reason to be created. Though I said it at the beginning of this, I'll say it again. This is rewriting non-canonical material from the Fallout Bible, which is not one of the sources of lore considered to be canonical by Bethesda. In the end, the 2031 founding date of VTU means that Vault-Tec itself must have existed before 2031. Sixth, if Lewis had been alive 200 years later, or she had been alive 200 years earlier, I think Lewis and Sierra Petrovita would have been great friends or great rivals. While Sierra is a Nuka Cola fanatic, she seems far too innocent to knowingly harm people to fund her lifestyle. Seventh, Lewis's flash fermenter is a perfect encapsulation of most Fallout universe technology. Incredibly impressive with a massive flaw. This equipment is able to flash ferment a beverage, but is also prone to instantaneous self-destruction. Eighth, Lewis's feedback form at the Nuka-Cola plant is ridiculous. He provides grades with immeasurable levels of accuracy, particularly in his overall take on the drink, which he provides with an accuracy in the 10,000ths. Alright, I think that'll do it for the story of the Nuka Shine initiative. If you want to receive notifications when I launch these lore videos, you can follow me on Twitter at Gaming with Maps. When I have time, I've been streaming on YouTube lately. I'm currently streaming on Tuesday and Thursday evenings and Saturday afternoons when I can, so if you're interested, come and check it out. If you appreciate what I do here and you want to support the channel financially, you can become a patron with Patreon. I want to thank my patrons, Mesothelioma, 76 of Texas, Jill AWS, Dark Malcontent of Metaverse Studios, Brian, in 2280.
I wonder what human flesh tastes like.
Hello, I'm the Resolute Cartographer, and this is the story of the fall of Watoga. To properly detail its fall, we have to cover the city as it was before it fell. We've covered individual structures and organizations within the city in previous videos, but we haven't really covered the people of the city, aside from a few students and teachers, one named and several nameless mayors, and a few AMS employees. Though it was one man who brought the city down, to know why Watoga fell, you have to know more about the people, as it was because of its citizens that Scott Turner initiated his war against the city. Modern Watoga was built using Robco technology, with funding provided by Atomic Mining Services to be the city of the future. You can find billboards advertising for the city all the way out in Charleston to the west, where AMS sought potential citizens. Much of the labor in the city was automated away through the use of a centralized system that controlled an army of civil service robots. At the Emergency Services Building, doctors, paramedics, firefighters, and even police were replaced by robots. At the Watoga Civic Center, even basketball players have been replaced by robots. At the Municipal Center, the only human employee was the mayor. Service jobs like haircutting had been taken by robots. Even basic volunteer efforts, such as handing out Halloween candy, had been taken by robots. With so many of the jobs taken by robots, you're probably wondering, what did the people do for a living? Some of those who lived in Watoga worked at the AMS headquarters, some at the Robco Research Center to the north, and some worked at the few remaining service jobs that existed within the city. Of the working people who lived in Watoga, we know most about two couples, the Osmonds and the Mustafas. Taylor and Kelly Osmond lived in Watoga with their son Bobby. Taylor worked at the Robco Research Center, traveling via the monorail every day to work. Prior to her work for Robco, Taylor worked for General Atomics, where she was responsible for major upgrades to the Misnany line of robots, specifically regarding their behavior towards children. Taylor's wife Kelly worked at Slocum's Joe, where she was terribly treated by the entitled people of Watoga. What the belittling snobs she served didn't know was that Kelly was a dentist who had lost her job when she was replaced by robots. Following a chance encounter at a concert, Taylor and her old college friend Riley Mustafa reconnected by email in October of 2076. Following 10 years apart, both of these tech workers had ended up living in Watoga. While Riley worked for AMS, Riley's spouse Jamie was a former radiologist who had to take a job as an interior decorator when their job was taken by robots. Riley and Jamie had a daughter named Willie, who was about the same age as Bobby Osmond. The Osmonds and the Mustafas were among the lucky few that managed to gain residence in Watoga, as moving to the city wasn't simply a matter of finding an open domicile and moving in. Its residents had to go through an application process as though it was some sort of city-sized country club. According to Robco's HR department, even full-time employees of the Robco Research Center were rejected in their applications for residence. Though Watoga seems to have had the highest per capita wealth of the cities of pre-war Appalachia, it still had classless citizens looking down on those who had less than they had. Claudia, a society lady, felt the need to chastise her daughter Amelia for dating a man she believed it was improper for her to be dating because it would damage her reputation with the other ladies of society. But as Amelia explained to her mother, they didn't just let anybody into Watoga, and the man Claudia thought was a dirty hippie her daughter was dating was in fact a wealthy artist who just so happened to wear patchouli while making art that Amelia sold. When the miners began their anti-automation protests, Watoga was a target thanks to the Atomic Mining Services' use of the Hornwright autominers on their sites. At least one of the residents of the city was furious that the city security wasn't stopping the peaceful, albeit loud, protests outside the city. While the automation efforts undertaken by AMS, Robco, and Hornwright hurt Kelly Osmond, Jamie Mustafa, and many of the miners in the region through underemployment and unemployment, the people of the nearby Bogtown were completely ruined by Watoga's automation. Though the area is called Bogtown, I think that it is likely just a name it acquired as an epithet from the citizens of Watoga, or as a simplification after the war, and that it likely had a different name before the town was ruined. The people of the Bogtown found employment in Watoga before its automation. Once Robco's work was complete, the economy of the Bogtown collapsed. As the structures on Main Street began to collapse, likely due to the subterranean detonations undertaken by Atomic Mining Services, government agents condemned their homes. When one resident asked what she was supposed to do, an agent sneered at her saying, "Just buy an apartment up in Watoga. Ain't that supposed to be the city of the future?" The attitudes of the Watogans toward the outsiders went a long way towards initiating the destruction of their city. Scott Turner was one of those outsiders despised by Watoga, and one of those full-time Robco employees that failed to get past the application to live in the city. Excluded from Watoga, Mr. Turner ended up living in a trailer parked in a garage on the outskirts of the bog town. The rejection he suffered festered within him and coalesced into envious animosity towards the people who lived in the city he longed to live in. While partying on Christmas 2076, Mr. Turner and his associates decided to act against Watoga. The next day, they named the group the Free Watoga People's Party. Despite working as a programmer at Robco, Mr. Turner was seriously anti-automation, viewing the robots as, quote, taking over everything, unquote. The group believed that they would be taken more seriously if they called themselves a party, implying that there were more people involved. Despite the desire to seem numerous, they rejected a new member, another Robco employee, fearing that he couldn't be trusted. As the weeks went on, their major activity appears to have been involved in the composition of a manifesto for the organization, reading as strongly anti-establishment and anti-automation. They began to print these manifestos in February 2077, distributing them around the area. At the General Steakhouse near the northern end of the Cranberry Bog and just across the highway from the Robco Research Center, Mr. Turner was a regular customer. He appears to have felt a certain level of kinship with at least one of the owners, and thus felt safe distributing several copies of the manifesto to them, going so far as to ask that they distribute those copies in their menus and with to-go orders. Though they appear to have stored these manifestos rather than distribute them, they don't seem to have gone to the cops with what, from the outside, definitely would appear to be communistic sympathizing literature. Whether they didn't call the police on Scott Turner because they agreed with him, or because he was a Robco employee and they were doing all that they could to retain paying customers, especially from Robco, we'll probably never know. As Mr. Turner worked his ideology into action, he began to tinker with the programming of the robots of Watoga. His plan was to use the robotic servants of Watoga against their masters. He would force the orderly and peaceful evacuation of the city with the robots once they were under his control. As part of extending his reach into their systems, he caused the food preparation robots to ruin about a day's worth of food by pepper bombing it. When he attempted to use this example to sway the mayor, he was foiled by the randomization of mayor selection and the randomization of the term length, when the mayor he was attempting to communicate with was abruptly replaced by a new mayor, Thomas H. Mully. He contacted the new mayor to meet, but there's no record that Mayor Mully ever took this threat seriously. During this time, Mr. Turner began to work on a side project of his job, writing a program to use a camera to scan faces. What management didn't know was his plans for this software. Mr. Turner wrote a letter to his mother explaining about his success of pepper bombing and about his plan to use the emergency service robots to start the revolution. Along with his hope to live in the city, he wanted to make sure his mother was there too, telling her to come to Watoga once it was done. As he finished his facial scanning software, the final parts of his preparation for his plan were complete. He would broadcast an update to the operating protocol of the robots in Watoga, and break the update system such that only his terminal could be used to make these updates. He would then lock his office such that only he could access it. He would then use the emergency service robots to force the elitists that had rejected him out of their homes. His own likeness part of the city's whitelist, he would then trot into the city, offer them the option to beg for their homes, and fill out a new resident fitness application of his own device, rejecting them all. Everything was set for Operation Free Watoga. On Friday, October 22nd, 2077, just one day before the bombs, Scott Turner broadcast an update to Watoga. Something he did with his patch went horribly wrong. The patch pulsed out across Watoga in stages, as can be read in the conversation between Kelly Osmond and the Osmonds' Miss Nanny that was supposed to be watching their son Bobby. Bobby was over at a friend's house. When he didn't return at the proper time, the Osmonds' Miss Nanny attempted to contact the other Miss Nanny to no avail. It then tried to contact emergency services, again without success. When the Osmonds' Miss Nanny began to search for little Bobby, the patch hit, and it turned hostile and ownerless. This status was that of all the robots in Watoga, suddenly viewing every human in the city as an enemy. After having relied on these robots for basically every task, the people of Watoga were completely unprepared for this onslaught. Enormous numbers of the citizenry were destroyed in moments. The emergency service robots dispatched to help people were responsible for a large part of the slaughter. Barbara Elizabeth, the new mayor to replace Thomas H. Mully, had to fend off paramedic robots that left her wounded. In the Bogtown, Scott Turner collapsed as the crisis unfolded, suffering from ringing in the ears, migraine headaches, and ascending paralysis. At the Robco Research Center, his coworkers couldn't fix his mistake because they were locked out of the update system, and they couldn't access his computer because they were locked out of his office as well. That night, some of the people in Watoga managed to get out, a few of those guided out by Mayor Elizabeth herself. From the bog, they watched as the army attempted to retake the city without success. The next morning, the bombs fell. At a time when people needed a city like Watoga the most, they were completely incapable of accessing it. Homeless refugees from Watoga fled west and north to seek shelter as background radiation levels soared. In his trailer, Scott Turner did all that he could to rectify his mistake, recording the process by which people could add themselves to the city's whitelist. Though he couldn't fix his mistake, he tried to minimize it as best he could in his final moments. He wrote a letter of apology to an old friend and died on the floor of his trailer, where he can still be found today. To those not on the city's whitelist, the robots of Watoga are just as dangerous as they were on October 22nd, 2077. The story of Scott Turner and the city of Watoga is one of jealousy and envy. The people of the city didn't want to share their home with people like Scott Turner, jealously guarding it with an exclusionary application. In his envy of the Watogans, Scott Turner attempted to steal their homes for himself and his chosen. Though he cloaked his desires in the language of the rights of the people, it was envy that was his driving force. Though he regretted his actions with his dying breaths, the blame for what happened to Watoga lies heavily on Scott Turner. He was one of Rocco's most talented programmers, and he should have known the potential consequences for his actions. And in truth, there's reason to think that he did have an inkling that this would happen. When expressing his thanks to the owners of the General Steakhouse, Mr. Turner requested a picture of the two, saying, quote, "I need a picture of each of you to scan into my program so you'll be able to get into Watoga without getting killed," unquote. This could have just been hyperbole, but it says to me that at the very least this thought popped into his head and that he went ahead with his plans anyway. I think that's going to do it for the story of the fall of Watoga. This has been the Irresolute Cartographer. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again next time.
Scouting report. Brotherhood Squire Schultz. This whole train yard is half sunk in the ground. Anyone in the middle of that mess is just begging for a sniper to pick them off. These two warehouses seem to be the only good defensible positions. There's a nice walkway between them and plenty of places to get the drop on someone. Might actually get the hang of this.
You about hitting a convenient stopping point here? You there, Ariel?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, I was actually just saying I'm about to finish up in just a few more minutes.
Okay, no problem. I was just checking.
It was funny though. It was same wavelength. I forgot I was muted, but that's literally what I was just saying. So it's up here. Yeah, I just need to deconstruct the stuff that I have. Ooh, this is cool. It's a gong. Here. Where's the scrap box? Ah. I don't have it right there. Oh, it's over here. Oh, yeah, that got rid of some of that. Let's see. So we were going. Where was the one? West. Southwest of there, right? Okay, I'll get us there quickly. Exterior. So we're just going to finish up with this Brotherhood of Steel quest. And luckily, it's just a talk to them one. Let's see what we have in the meantime while we're waiting for that to load in.
Hello, I'm the Resolute Cartographer, and this is the City of Watoga. This will be the first in a series of videos on the City of Watoga and the surrounding region known as the Cranberry Bog. This video will cover the layout and composition of the City of Watoga and the layout of the region at large. With its high-rises and narrow streets, Watoga can be difficult to navigate without a more in-depth investigation. This overview should give you a better knowledge of the city. We'll start with the street layout. Watoga lies on a primarily west to east, north to south grid of streets, but the streets are not terribly orderly. Starting in the southwest corner of the city, we find Tomorrow Lane, the north to south leg of which starts with its connection at Highway 107, the highway running west out of Watoga. On its west to east leg, Tomorrow Lane runs along the southern edge of the city, all the way east to the parking lot serving Watoga High School and the Watoga train station. Moving north, the next west to east road is Innovation Street, south leg of which starting in the southwest corner of the city, we find Tomorrow Lane, Innovation Street, running from its western terminus at Tomorrow Lane to an east end U-turn that leads to the next west to east road north of Innovation, AMS Street. Both Innovation and AMS streets are divided into western and eastern sections, but these disparate sections follow the same general path. The last west to east street is Circuit Road, which runs along the northwestern edge of the city, connecting Highway 107 to the northern routed Highway 65. Moving on to the north to south roads, we find that half are unnamed. The first named north to south road, starting from the western end of the city, is Electron Road, running from AMS Street to Circuit Road. The second north to south street is Robco Boulevard, starting from Highway 65 in the north, crossing AMS and Innovation Streets to tee into Tomorrow Lane. The final named north to north, the red line restores top the Civic Center. In late November to early December 2022,
I hear
it covers individuals in Appalachia between 2077 and 2104. So if it's 2025...
Also, check out my new outfit. I managed to get this for not too much, but I did spend almost all my caps on different stuff. I forget what it was all on, but I do think it was different plans. And then, oh yeah, some of it was armor. But, oh, there's a raider. See, I need to heal up. What am I going to use for this? Okay. 100 meters away. Speak to the Putnam family. It's seriously have to go inside? Oh wait, maybe here. I can finish up what I needed for. I need to find a shovel real quick. There should be a shovel here. I mean, what kind of garden doesn't have a shovel? Apparently, maybe this one. Come on, hurry up and find me a shovel. Maybe over here. Wait, what's this? Oh no, it's a pitchfork. Unfortunately, I don't need a pitchfork. I need a shovel. Well, I'm here. Is this a dog? Oh, cool. Badger. Okay, let's see. Here. Okay, conductor. Hmm?
Oh, there. Dad! You are George in here. George! Hold it, stranger. No phone, please.
You'd better put the gun down.
Pretty sure that's my line, Buster. I'm not the one busted in and invited. Get over here and start talking before George.
You're going to want to talk to Carol.
Now you need to be more careful just waltzing into people's homes. It's a good way to end up with more lead than you can tell. I'm Carol Putnam. This is my husband, George. Now, why don't you tell us why you're barging in here, and maybe we can all be friendly when you're done.
Let's see.
Might not be Lewis or Sons, but this one's ours.
Lewis was a cousin of mine back in the day. God rest his soul. He and his family didn't make it when the bombs fell. We were looking at a good place to put down roots, and we heard it was safe to come back to West. I told Carol we ought to see if this place was still here.
Even after all these years, there's enough salvageable tools and such to make starting a farm easier here than that. Didn't see any point in updating the sign.
Let's see. Do you agree?
No, not all. Just the ones that walked in unannounced looking like trouble.
Alright.
Those would be the military types in the heavy armor that came through here recently, right? I'm the one that told them about those attacks.
You guys are so cool. Wait, are you recruiting? I want to sign up. Here was pretty fascinating.
Boys, the adults is talking. So you want to know about them gold?
Yeah, let's see.
Lord, don't get them started.
Oh, yeah. The lasers, the power armor, they're the coolest thing I have ever seen.
Marty, you barely do your chores now, and you get confused by the generator. What good would you be?
Yeah, well, at least I'm not a shrimp like you. I didn't pay it. I'm just kidding. You boys know we love you.
Let's see. Let's see.
Now, I don't like it, but they're adults. Close enough, I guess. And I know they're bound to want to do their own thing, but the farm needs work. We can't do it alone. If one of them wants to go, well now, George and I'll just have to live with it. You ain't taking both of my boys, though. Careful, George.
Her wife, she says one of them can go, then one can go, I suppose.
I'd prefer you kept it that way then.
A real asset to you, though. I'm good with machines and I work hard. Heck, I'm the one who repaired the bots outside.
Forget about him. Brotherhood's tough, not a bunch of nerds. I'd be perfect. Let it be, boys.
Fine by me.
Let's see. Just working.
Me, George, and the boys. Marty's the overeager one. Colin's the quiet one. I hope I don't need to remind you we're not defenseless.
Robots outside, of course. I got them helping with the chores.
Nerd. Boy, knock it off.
So, us, robots, and the dogs, I guess. And the firepower to discourage pests. Well, we're getting to be self-sufficient soon. Greenhouse is getting there. George wants to restore the house, but we're fine in here.
The boys are going to want rooms of their own, dear. Don't act like you wouldn't mind being away from this snoring.
We've got other work needs doing first. Lord, if I can put up with your snoring for 20 years, I can surely deal with them. Can't say for certain. We got a suspicion, though.
A lot of the sightings and attacks have been from folks out on the highway in Flatwoods. They come out of the hills, northwest of the old.
And the only thing out that place what's left of the Orwell orchards. Could be the source of the things. You gonna wipe them out when you find them?
Let's see.
Not sure. More than a few, less than an army. From what folks have said, if you're going in alone, even a few can swarm you before you even realize what's happening. Good to hear.
You'd be doing everybody in the area a favor. That's for sure.
Safe roads mean safer traders. Good for everyone. The Brotherhood would definitely be making friends if we pull this off. All right. Just try not to startle us if you drop by. George has a hair trigger with that shotgun.
You have to be with you. I'm ready for this. I just know it. I'll be just like that night. Of course. Him showing up is the most. I know I sound like a kid. Can you? What? Really? But like, you're working for them. Of course. I'm sure they'll listen to you. I'll get just you wait. I really would like to join the Brotherhood. I know I'm not as strong as my brother, but you gotta have a need for somebody smart, right?
Yeah, I think. Let's see.
Smarter than Marty, anyway. No offense to my brother, but if he can't solve a problem with his muscles, he's stumped. I read anything I can find. Most of the work and machinery around the farm is my handiwork. I'm the one who got the bots wrong. The Brotherhood can't be all brawn. Maybe I'm not. But I'm not cut out to be a farmer either. The Brotherhood has tech. And that's an opportunity. I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't be nervous. Won't know until it happens, I suppose. I'm willing to risk it if it means getting out. It is safe. So safe I'll end up still running this place when I'm old. There's nothing wrong with farming, and I'm not.
Maybe so, but Mark, it'd be amazing to get. I'm sure this farm isn't the place for me. The Brotherhood could change the world. It's where I belong. Can you make me a recruit? You're not. But you said their paladin asked you to come here. Still, if you could talk to her, you could tell her I helped you out. That would have to. Alright, that seems fair enough. I'll do my best to earn that recommendation, I promise. Are you sure about me, though? I know my brother wants this, too, and I heard Mom. Really?
Yeah, I mean, the other guy's dumb as a bag of rocks.
You go on ahead. I need to talk to my folks and say goodbye and that kind of thing. I'll meet you at Old Red Orchards.
You take care of my boy. Understand?
You got more questions?
I'm not happy about it.
Get my baby boy hurt, though. Well, for your own sake, it would say.
You take care of my boy.
Where did his brother go? Oh, his brother probably left because he was pissed off they didn't take him. Unless he's upstairs. He's upstairs.
Jeez. I never figured the rocks.
Listen, I give him a rough time. He's my little brother. You let him get hurt, and I'll find you. That's a promise.
Let's see, one second. Let's see. Orwell Orchards is over here. We can fast travel. And luckily this won't take too long because it's ghouls and ghouls are easy. And since it's an orchard, it's implicitly outside, which means there won't be a loading screen. But yeah, you think I chose the right brother?
Yeah, I think so.
I kind of feel like the other one really, because I mean, you have to be able to know how to operate stuff like a suit of power armor or their energy weapons. And if you, I mean, like, of course you could learn, but like, you know, choose the guy who already knows. Let's see, load in. Okay, come on, almost there. All right, here we go. Oh shit. Let's see. What bunker? Well, guess here. Alright, well, so much for not having. Alright, the Orwells were in dire financial straits before the bombs fell. Ironically, this expensive shelter failed to save them in the end. They set up a golf course in the shelter? What on earth? Alright, let's clear this up quickly. So I guess this is the source of them? Uh-oh. What's... Why is he kneeled over?
Hey, you're here. It seemed like this was the place.
Kind of seems stupid to let him go alone.
Everything outside. Then I heard some noises deeper in here, so I just hold up to wait for you. I hope that's okay.
Keep your head on straight, follow my lead, follow my back, watch my back, and we'll both get through this just fine.
Don't worry, I will. Please tell me we're finished. Please tell me we're finished.
Yeah, well, oh. I'm really glad I have this flamethrower. Oh, what the fuck? This is a pretty bunker, like a pretty big bunker for just one family, in all honesty.
Well, if you're stuck in a bunker, I'd make it deluxe too.
True, but it kind of sucks if this doesn't even end up saving you.
Please tell me we're finished.
Almost. We're almost finished, Colin. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, here. Wait, one left? Wait, we just went in a circle, so where's the last guy? Oh, I guess he was a straggler. Alright, cool. Where'd he go? Where is Colin? What was it? Oh, sniper rifle, sweet. Wait, Ian Orwell's. Wait, where was the door? Security door control. Wait, fuck, where'd he go?
Oh, wow. That was a lot. Yeah, actually, thanks. That was terrifying. I didn't completely lose it though, and I'm alive, so I guess that's a good sign. Thanks, Ruby. I know how that would have gone if it was just me. I'm still shaking. I'm really a little worried you're so casual about it. I guess I can handle it, but if I have the choice, I'll stick to books and machines.
Luckily, you do have that choice.
Definitely. I might not be the most brave in a fight, but you must need people to keep everything running. If the occasional moment of terror is the price for getting to work with their tech, I can live with it. I will. Thanks again for keeping me alive, as well as giving me this chance. I'll make sure you and the rest of the Brotherhood don't regret it. Be safe out there.
Ad Victoriam. Right here, we're off to finish that quest at Fort Atlas, and we will end off after that. And probably by the next stream, I'll already have all of the 8 Possum badges. It's just not the type of thing that's a lot of fun to do on stream because it's just repetitive shit.
Understood. That's the way a lot of MMORPGs are.
Definitely. This isn't quite an MMORPG. It's more of a MORG, like a multiplayer online role-playing game, or a Morpig.
Real problem.
What keeps it from being massive?
That you can only have like 26 people in a session at a time, I think.
With every dinner
Okay.
declined.
Oh, right,
This
here.
ration request doesn't even have a name on it.
Oh, hey, Romani.
Welcome back. Have you completed your assigned mission, candidate?
I wiped out the nest. I also found someone who wanted to sign up.
Oh, that explains young Colin Putnam arriving at our doorstep then. Right, kid? I can't say Shin found much of him, but if he makes it through basic training, I think you found us another scribe. That'll make Valdez happy. I'm very pleased with your initiative. Excellent job. Not only have you achieved everything we set out for you, but you have expanded our order, helped to secure its future in Appalachia. I hereby confer on you the status of probationary initiate in the Brotherhood of Steel. I'm sorry, but we'll have to put the official initiation right on hold. Something's come up, and we need to deal with it right away. If you've got anything else you need to take care of, make it quick. Report to me again when you're ready.
What did I just get from that?
It makes sense.
Mind over matter. What's mind over matter? Ooh, that's cool.
I hope my next mission is. I'm tired of being stuck in Fort. Cool.
Alright, let's see. You could just decom this or store it. So if there's Valdez, where's Putnam? Let's see, did I do everything I needed to? Weekly, yep.
The old world is so.
Initiate Ramirez. Here, this is what I was looking for. Okay, night
For your
shift.
sake, I hope this is a scheduled visit, initiate. Do you need something? Make it quick. To procure and preserve it. Since the world went, this had better. Does this look like a social club? It sounds to me. If you're not sure what to do, there's a lot.
Oh, here's what I was looking for. Weapons are new. Mind over matter. Oh, armor here. Perfect. And then I just want to get a hold of what I have left for that. World. Real enthusiast. That's easy. So basically kill less than 30 more enemies, visit one place, blow a whistle, craft spikes. So that will get me one, and then for the last one, leatherworking. Build a fertilizer producer in a workshop or camp, bearskin rug, armor workbench. Anything else that is relatively easy? These are all photo modes. Craft serum use. Oh, I don't know how to do that. Backpacker should be easy. Yeah, I could easily do backpacker and but I need for some more, so that's difficult. Whoa, electrician. Yeah, I'll just end up doing electrician and what's the one that I was just saying that I shit, of course I forgot. Rolled. It was electrician and rail expert. So on that note, my character is going to go to sleep, as am I. Let's see, where is it?
I can do more than just fight. I wish sure that 50 scribes might have control day and night.
So it's time to go to sleep.
I see nothing like it. My hands are sick.
And on that note, we'll end off here. So, any last thoughts before we close up?
No, fun as always.
All right. Oh, it's funny. You can hear my character snoring. Oh well, I don't know if you. But it's there was one point where I was playing the game and I heard that because I put my character in the bed and I was like, "Who's snoring?" And then I realized it was my character. Anyway, on that note, we'll end off here and see y'all next time. And until next time, later.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to